Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. As usual, in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart, otherwise known as Shy Girl. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning.
And Jimmy, the man in black. You look good in black, Jimmy. Good morning, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. How are you, Jimmy?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I mean, this is a J. Crew special right now. We got a sale going on. You could buy a dozen of them at a time. I'll be good for the rest of the year, man.
You know, I put it in chat. I said, everyone makes fun of me saying that I look like I could be a soprano. I said, he looks like he could be Junior Soprano's son. He's got the dark rim glasses, the black shirt. I mean, we could have our own HBO crew here. We don't even know it, Shy.
Right. Crazy.
Good morning, chat. Hope everyone's doing great after the weekend. And, you know, not a ton going on, but we'll come to you first, Shy. Is there anything that's happened over the weekend we should know about?
So, yeah, I mean, I believe the markets opened gap down because on Sunday, U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent did not back President Trump's assertion that tariff talks with China were underway, and he said he didn't know if Trump had spoken to Xi Jinping at all. And he said he had interactions with his Chinese counterparts last week during IMF meetings, but they did not discuss the standoff over Trump tariffs. So I think the markets kind of did not like that very much. In other news, good week. Fed blackout before FOMC, so we don't get to hear from any of the Fed heads this week. As far as earnings go, we have Robinhood, Meta, and Microsoft after the bell on Wednesday, and Amazon and Apple after the bell on Thursday, so some big earnings this week. And that's really all I've got right now.
Yeah. You know, it also comes down to, I think, that the market, we talked about this a little bit last week, the market is now kind of shrugging off tweets, posts, rumors, whatever. And this is what happens. This is what I said. If you go back weeks ago, I said the 90-day pause, it might be bullish for the tape, but it's created an uncertainty now. And what's going to happen is exactly where we are right now. And, you know, I've seen it so many times before where, you know, it's the cry wolf scenario. That's what it is, right? And eventually the market's like, oh, this rumor, that rumor. You looked how much we moved on rumors prior, right? And, you know, this weekend I saw a lot of commentary about all these different things that may or may not happen. And at the end of the day now, it comes down to what is really going to happen. I think the tape has really kind of flatlined here now. It's waiting for real data, real earnings, real report backs on what's going to happen with tariffs. You know, overnight, Jimmy, I looked across everything, looked to see if there was a one handle on percentage moves. Like, is there anything 1% or higher that's moved? There's not one thing. I think the biggest thing I saw was like half of 1%, and that was ETH. And that's like a big deal. What are you seeing overnight, Jimmy?
Yeah, no, I see the same thing. I mean, we have DAX, we have the CAC 40, FTSE, we have Nikkei, we have Hang Seng. All of these things are not moving either. They're all in the same category as our four stock index futures that we look at all the time. You know, less than 0.5% move in any of this stuff. So it seems like it's a global phenomenon right now with asset pricing just across the board.
We have platinum up 1.78%.
Did
There you go.
That?
Yes.
Did I miss that platinum? Oh, you know what? I don't have platinum on my metals. Calling Mike Burke. Mike Burke is he's the man behind helping me with everything on NinjaTrader. He builds all the strategy stuff for us. I'm gonna have to get platinum up there. But ultimately, you know, I when I look at the tape, I wrote my note this morning. It's flatlining, looking for a spark, and I think that's where we are. You know, when I look at the moving averages, and I'll get to my technical segment later. You know, we had a daily close above the 34. Moving averages have gone from sloping lower to getting flat. And why does that matter? To me, as a swing trader, it's just about identifying trend. And I think for short-term day traders, it can help you lead into what the overall trend is, you know, short to medium term in the market. It helps you position size in your short term strategies, which way you'd like to be, potentially a little bit more or less. And it's just a two-way tape. I mean, everything's gotten kind of flat. I mean, the Bulls have the short-term momentum. The Bears have the momentum and the theme for this year. I talked about having to continue to watch gold and bonds for any triggers. I mean, if gold continues to rally higher, if it were to make a new high, what would that signal to the market? If it stays here or goes lower, what does that mean? Something to keep an eye on. Like we said, treasuries. I mean, 10 years at 4.275. It's just, again, it's in a sweet spot. I mean, this is like the perfect storm for the Bulls to continue to push forward. We'll see if the earnings are okay. And as long as there's really nothing negative, it could be a kind of a shift in a tape where we just kind of grind more higher than lower. But we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. I mean, they are talking about, there's a lot of talk right now about how mid-May, we're really going to start to see those China tariff repercussions, as far as they're expecting, some analysts call it COVID level shortages on shelves. That could really spook the market, if that does come to fruition. So they say that we should start seeing that around mid-May. So.
Yeah. I mean, Jimmy, 10 years, 4.275. The bond market, it had a slew of sellers, right? They were going down quickly. We talked about how that's of major importance. That is stalled. We had a decent bounce back up. We sit in the 30s right now, 115 and a quarter. What are your thoughts on the overall where the bond market is right now?
Yeah, I mean, the 10-year note we have a 2-month consolidation level in the 111 handles and the 110 handles. We had a couple of days of price dislocation to the upside and then to the downside. And after that market shook off I'm going to use the word fake news. I apologize. It kind of stabilized, and we're right in the middle of this consolidation range. It's been going on for months. There's not a lot of movement. 4.25, as you said, is a sweet spot. The interesting thing to me though is looking at the CME Group's, the Fed Fund tool. It just wants to price in 4 cuts, but it keeps pushing it back. I'm not believing it.
Shai, what about that? As far as cuts, yeah, I mean, the market still wants cuts, of course, right? Because that's the spark that would send everything higher. So we'll have to see. I think there's 2 camps now that, there's the May camp and the July camp. So depending on, what you think, we talked to Neely about that last week, and she said that's how student loans are priced too, so a cut in May would be much better. Back last meeting, we talked to Tony Nash, who we'll have on again, who expects a May cut. And then there's the other camp that says we don't need any cuts, or we'll see a July cut. So we will find out next week.
Yeah, and one of those major mandates is what's going to happen in the job market. I mean, I don't think inflation numbers have come in too different from expectations lately, have they? They've been pretty much right in line, right? I mean, we're not seeing inflation coming in hotter or cooler to any sort of...
No, it's on expectations. I think everybody kind of knew that we probably weren't going to get to that 2% and that it would remain a little bit sticky, and it has.
Yeah, so the job numbers this week, I think... we close out the week with the job numbers, right? This Friday. We have unemployment. You would expect that to be really probably the highlight day of the week, which I feel pretty good that Pax and Sarah finally get a day with some more action. They've been kind of not getting the busy days. And speaking of which, we got a stack lineup this week. Sunday night, last night we kicked off with Nick for a Tick, which was great, by the way. Yeah. Many of you attended and watched that. Nick did a phenomenal job setting the tone for the week. We look forward to that every Sunday night at 5:45 with our guy Nick for a Tick. This week We've got Tanja back streaming today in the Monday slot, and Tavi Costa. I mean, Tavi is
amazing.
He's great. You know, I've had him on Futures Radio Show many times. He's really one of the real good guys out there and pounding the table for years. I don't know how many years I had him on Futures Radio talking about gold, and just like he's really called what's happening right now. You know, it took time, and he always said that. But boy, has he been on top of it. I'm really excited to see what he thinks about it now.
100%. 100%. Quiet data day today. We have 10:30 Dallas Fed manufacturing. Probably not a market mover, but an important econ data point for sure.
Yeah. And, you know, it's funny, like anytime I see a number, even at 10:30, I always am like, is it, you know, it's kind of like they put the non-important ones at that time, you know, but again, economic data that could play into
absolutely, you know, it'll, it's kind of like a foretelling of, you know, ISM manufacturing numbers, which covers the entire country. So definitely a data point to watch, but I don't think it's a real big market mover today.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. I mean, let's talk about what is it even called, Shai? I mean, do I have to bring this up? You know, this is, what is it? The Zwig, breath thrust, or whatever.
Yes,
what is this?
Everybody's talking about it. It's just a way to measure markets where, you know, they say it's a low and it's going to thrust, the market's going to thrust higher. And we're going to have Helene Meisler on tomorrow, and she will go into more detail about that because everybody's talking about it.
I'm sure she's thrilled to have to want to talk about it. We're in a private message with Helene. If you don't know who Helene Meisler is, she's one of the really OG technicians.
Like she hand draws her charts.
Hand draws her charts still. She's just great, you know, and she does a weekly sentiment check, and I watch it and vote on it every week. Sometimes I lie in my vote. Do you guys ever lie in your votes?
No.
Just because you want to see what's going to happen, right? You're like, let me lean towards more bearish, and maybe I do that in this chat. I hate to say it. You know, sometimes I'm like, let me just say bearish because maybe it'll lean bearish because I'm bullish. Sometimes you want to fade the crowd. I hate to say it. It's the contrarian in me. Chat, talk to us. Have you guys heard about it? So is it Zwig? I mean, because I am not. I looked at this. I'm like, I've never heard of this before.
I do not know how to pronounce it, so I don't.
The Zwig breath thrust.
Yes.
So in chat, tell us if you guys have heard of this. Does this matter to you? Does this make any sense? Is this another thing that you know? This is what happens with FinTwit. You know, things come up. I'm just like puzzled that all of a sudden, like, this is such a big thing.
Like, it's like when everybody was talking about the Pharm rule, right? And we were in a recession, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those things. I don't know.
I mean, Jimmy, have you ever heard of this before?
Never. I have no idea what this is. We'll find out, I guess.
Well, we'll get some details tomorrow on it.
I mean, it's just like, you know, things that come up on social media. It's pretty brilliant. You know, these things that they do to get trending, and then, you know, and they just stick. You know, aside from that, you know, when I look across the markets, you know, energy markets as well, I was looking at my charts right now, like with crude oil. You know, crude oil, it's funny when you look at it. If it's funny when I go through the charts, a lot of times I'll go through them and I'll just click enter and just go through all the entire, you know, watch list. And so many times right now, a lot of them almost look just like the equity market, right? I mean, they don't look much different.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of an interesting kind of moment in time. If you ever do that exercise, everybody just go through and you're like, well, that looks like this, that looks like that. Crude oil
hasn't moved. I mean, it's been in the tightest range that it's been in months and months and months and months and months. So, you know, I think, again, it's on the wait about these tariffs, and particularly China, since, you know, China buys a lot of energy products from the U.S. So,
is it going to matter what crude oil does from here? Do you think to equities at all? I mean, it's coiling up. It's getting real tight. Is it going to be a lead into anything, Shy? I mean, you look at it and go, again, it looks very similar to an S&P chart, ish, right? Over the last several months, you know, April low into, you know, coming back up here. I mean, how much do day traders right now in equity indexes need to keep an eye on crude, or does it not matter?
Well, I think it, I think it definitely keep your eye on the market for sure. Obviously, if we see much higher energy prices, that's going to be inflationary. So that might spook the indices a little bit, because that would mean that we're definitely not getting a cut. So keep your eye on that.
It's always about the velocity of the move when you're looking at commodities and how they're going to impact commodities and bond markets and metals, how they're going to impact equities. Anytime you get a commodity or a bond market that is grinding in one direction, markets make a quick shift to it, and so you don't really notice it in the tape. But Shai is 100% right. If crude oil starts to move dramatically from here, because it has been in a tight range, and you never know, right? And that's something else to keep an eye on. You know, Trump was with Zelensky, not saying that the Ukraine kind of closure to that does anything to the oil market or anything one way or the other, but it's something that it's not really on everyone's radar right now, the energy market, but a sharp move in one direction, either way, we'll keep an eye on it. And maybe we'll get Kane to trade it this week. Yeah, we'll see if he can come in and trade it. Yeah, he owes us one.
I know.
He owes you one, not me. He owes you one.
Me.
Yeah. He better hold up to his bargain, man. He says he's going to trade it. So anyway, in the meantime, before we get to Tavi Costa, which is going to be great, we have something really special. It's our boy, Jimmy Cagnina, with this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, well, let's start with crude oil since we've been talking about it here. We're in a tight range. And the nice thing about these tight ranges is a lot of times, a lot of these key areas of interest really are important when you're trading in this area of kind of small, not trending, not breakout trades, just kind of oscillating back and forth. And right now, crude's trading at 62.92 right now, just south of that. 63 even number. That's Jax 1. That's the most important gamma level I have on my screen right now. We're trading south of that as we speak. We've traded through the pivot several times already this morning. We have a Jax 2 at the kind of framing the bottom of the conversation here at 62.50 as an area of support should we get some sellers come in. At the top, look at that, Jax 3, boom, perfectly situated as resistance at the top, 63.50. So these 50 increments are kind of important. On the higher end, we got R1 as about almost 63.79, and then that 0 DTE gamma wall in resistance up at 64 even. So the volume profile is immature right now. We'll see if it fills out as we go forward in the day. Let's go to the stock index futures really quickly here. The E-mini S&P also pretty tight range today, and it is forming a nice volume distribution. On the top side here, we have that same 0 DTE gamma wall and call resistance at 55.50. Go up a couple levels. We have that Jax 3 at 55.60 as a target, and then previous sessions highs are just above that 55.62. Yeah, there's more targets if you go further up, but we need a breakout to get there. Jax 2 is 55.75. I'd be looking at that, and then R1 next on the upside. On the downside, we have that Jax 5 level at 55.10. That could be also an interesting target if we do break down. And S1 is sitting at pretty close to 5,500, right next to that high vol level. So this is going to be also a really important level if we get some sellers today in the equity markets. Shooting over to, we have to talk about, we'll talk about the Bitcoin last. Let's go to gold right now. Gold is, we had big excitement this morning. We had a little bit of a sell-off here, and now we're kind of retraced back up about 50% of the way. We have a point of control. We're just trading north of it right now. That volume profile will mature. We have a Mentor Q blind spot. Blind spot 1 is the most important, really framing this double top that we're seeing here on an intraday chart, and that's approximately 33. 11.17. So breakout traders might have their eyes on that level. We have Jax 4 at 33.25. The pivot is also right above that 33.26. 29. And then 1 day max all the way up here, another favorite Mentor Q level. That's 33.42 on the downside. We have S1 and Jax 2 at the exact same level, give or take a couple of ticks, 32.75 on the downside for the bears. on gold. Let's just hit that really quickly here, folks. Let's see if I can get that Bitcoin chart up. I want to go to a daily because we are, like Dudley said, a lot of these charts are look like an E-mini S&P chart. We're literally just closing above my magical 95,750 level, driving our way up for the Bitcoin. We were so excited the first time we hit that 10,000 level. I'm sorry. Yeah, 100,000 level. I gotta pay attention. And I think this market wants to get there. All the moving averages are just shooting up exponentially, and then we do have some good gamma levels as well. 19,600 is that zero DTE call resistance and gamma wall, just kind of a little bit above previous sessions highs here. And then when you get to R1, JAX 2, 19,700 up, easily achievable, by the way, on the upside. On the downside, S1 would be my kind of like area where I'm going to be a little bit worried if we start trading below that. It's 19,316 from a day trade. All right, that is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. In just a moment here, we're going to have Prescott Capital Management macro strategist Tavi Costa, the gold man.
The gold man.
He's so much more than that, though. Obviously,
Yeah.
he's always talked about equities over the years with me. He's talked about, he's really known for gold a lot on Twitter, but he's not like Peter Schiff, who I do enjoy listening to, but it's a different vibe.
Very different vibe. Nobody like Schiff.
Yeah. So without further ado, let's bring in my boy Tavi.
Hey, thanks everybody. Thanks for
There
having
he
me.
is.
Can you see me?
Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
Thanks for
we can
having
see
me.
you. We can hear you. You look great.
What's
Yep.
going on? You guys
So
are so
Tavi, it's been a while
professional.
since we. Look at this, Tavi. I mean, it's unbelievable, right? How far we've all come. But let's talk about you, man. I got to tell you, over the years, I've talked with you many times in the past. I started investing in gold miners and a lot of that stuff way back when because of you. You have been really on top of this story. It really took some time to pan out, as you always said. Take us through I think we need to go a little bit backwards to come back into present as to why gold is doing what it's doing today.
First of all, by no means I wanted it to take so long. I wanted to work it the very next day, but it unfortunately did take a few years before it really took off. And look, I think there has been some validity to the idea that that gold bugs had of central banks being forced to buy gold at some point. What I think it missed is the whole situation. I personally think there has been sort of a almost like a chapter in the macro world since the COVID era. Inflation story at the very beginning, or the coming out of that situation. Then we had that interest rate spike that we saw in the 10-year because of the issuances of treasuries. And I think we're sort of seeing this next step of the whole thing, which is first was gold rallying in 2022. I believe was when Wall Street Journal put out a scary cover about scary for those who are bearish about how gold was about to lose the reserve status. And that sort of went from there. Gold rallied, and central banks were forced to buy the metal because of deglobalization, because of the need to enhance the quality of their international reserves. And now I think the next chapter that we're watching is the dollar beginning to devalue. And I've always been on the other side of the trade of thinking the dollar was the strongest of all other currencies, and certainly not my view right now. And so this is all going to fall back into hard assets. I think that's a thesis of the long term. And I just mentioned magazines covers. I guess we just saw one for Barron's, although they didn't mention silver whatsoever in the whole thing. It was all about gold and the miners. Gold had a big move. Gold had a really, really big move. The time to be extremely bullish was a few years ago. Doesn't mean, I believe this is a long-term story. the location of adding to this is a little bit different than it was. But there's going to be, I think, a lot of catch up to other metals and other things that have a lot of correlation to gold that have not moved yet.
I was going to ask, is silver going to make a move soon? And platinum, do you think they're going to follow?
You know, a lot of people think of me as just a guy who's in the futures market trying to buy silver and or stacking silver. And I not that a lot of people think of me that way, but it's certainly not what I do. I've you know I believe so much in the story, and this is why I'm telling you, I believe so much in the silver story that we went on to buy what is now the fourth largest silver miner in the world. At a time when silver is trading at $15 an ounce. And yeah, it has been a tremendous investment since we've got involved. But I'm not there because of the $30 an ounce story. I mean, I can't recall a time when silver was at these levels of prices and gold to silver ratio is still at 100. So I believe this is just the beginning. I think we're about to see a catch up on silver here very quickly, and this could be I think this could mark the beginning of a run, and it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, it's hard to time these things. I mean, you never know if it's next month or next week, but we certainly have the recipe for a month where the metal just shoots up to its all-time highs. I mean that's the type of setup we have right now. So yeah, I certainly wouldn't be short. And I think we have. And the other thing I was going to mention too that has been changing. Initially, I thought was a little bit forced, the whole idea of solar panels. And I did the math myself, and I wanted to understand how much demand is coming from that, and certainly is a big part of the story as well. I mean, it has, imagine the demand structure of a metal where you added about 15% or so of demand coming out from something completely new. So, of which used to be less than 3% of demand not too long ago. So there's an exponential growth on that alone that is causing the move as well. Nothing to do with the monetary aspect. So there's a lot going for it. And one thing I know, supply is really tight. So I'm not saying we're going to see a squeeze or anything along those lines for the retail crowd. I'm not one of those that believes in those things necessarily, but I do think there's a big macro case to be buying silver today versus gold. I mean, if you like a macro trade, the gold to silver ratio is a great one as well.
Absolutely. And do you think this will spill over to other hard assets besides just the metals market? You had a chart that you had the commodities to gold ratio. So does this filter down to other commodities aside from just metals?
I think it does for many reasons. There's so many rebalances that need to happen in the world today. It's the equity markets from U.S. equities to international. From international, it needs to flow more into emerging markets. And then even within the hard assets space, too much has gone to gold. It needs to flow back into other hard assets. So it's its own rotation that needs to occur. Look, there's so many other things that look cheap. Silver is one of them. Zinc is a metal that I'm extremely bullish that it's not as easy to express that view in you could buy futures and so forth, but it's not as easy to express it in the market. There's just been a total lack of discoveries and development of new mines. We think it's going to be very strategic for the next 5 years, especially as we see this onshoring occurring. But there's more to this. I mean, it's not only that. I mean, even you can go down to some folks like to go down to platinum, and yeah, those probably look just as attractive. But steel producers are also an interesting place to be looking at, especially in the US. I mean, it's likely to become one of the most protective industries in the US economy in the next few years because of the onshoring and all the situation of the trade wars with China, which I don't believe is going away. So you have a situation where a Japanese firm is trying to buy US steel, Trump blocked, Biden blocked as well. And clearly, these companies are not going away, and some of them are trading at single digits PE ratios. Sorry to derail on a little bit of a different story, but that's another thing that needs to catch up as well. That is being caught up on something more related to the geopolitical issues that we're seeing. Last thing I would mention is energy. If you're a gold producer and you're not hedging your energy exposure, you're out of your mind. I mean, just look at the gold to oil ratio, second largest level in history. Well, like go back to the 40s, the 30s. We've never seen this before. This is not the time to be bearish energy commodities, in my view. Tracy, you're the expert of that, but my 2 cents is that we've seen a lot of that. I've been wrongly bullish recently, and I don't change my view just because price has gone against me. I think there's a lot of merit to the energy story right now, and yes, I think I've been telling folks in the industry, hedge your energy costs. Don't mess with that. I mean, in the next 3 years, things or year, 1 year could change completely. So I think it's extremely important to be prudent and putting some of your capital into hedging that cost.
I have to ask you about equities, even though I know that gold is really the hot topic right now, and silver and the metals and the commodity space. But what does this mean for equities? What do you think this means for U.S. stocks?
Look, we've had a lot of moves in markets recently. I mean, first things are extremely frothy, and and so we had a decline in prices, and then people got extremely bearish, and we clocked out of most of our positions in terms of the shorts, and then not saying it was a perfectly timed exit, but certainly close to it. And now we've been starting to add it again for many reasons. I actually use the barometer of VIX as a great way to position ourselves. I mean, if VIX go above 30, it's a warning signal. It's hard to make money with shorts on that. And also when it goes to 40 and 50, you better be bullish. I mean, there's no way you're probably going to make money being bearish, which was the case not too long ago. We're back to the 20s on the VIX. And what is interesting about it is, which it's been a little shocking to me. If you look at the earnings estimates for companies in general, they have not moved at all. We're still seeing, Q2 versus Q2 from last year, it's supposed to grow by 11%. If you look at the Q2 for 2026 or a year out, then you're talking about 20+% of growth. I don't know we're going to see this. I mean, there's a lot of look, if we're going to see a shock in supply, which is I'm a little eerie of saying things like that just because it's everywhere in the media. But let's just assume that's correct. And look at the earnings picture of COVID. I mean, that was a big shock in corporate earnings at the time. Different story, of course, but somewhat similar in that sense. And so I'm a little cautious on equity markets right now. That's not ultra cautious. I just think there is so much more to be doing elsewhere. I mean, I'm extremely bullish emerging markets, especially Latin America. And I think there's going to be a big story on that side of it as we see these trade agreements. The U.S. is in a very, I was talking about steel. just to give you, which will play into this emerging market story as well. It's amazing how much the U.S. is lacking of iron ore discoveries, and to be able to actually be to be mining. And so we're going to have an issue of steel. We're going to have to create relationships with Canada, very likely, which has enough of it. But also Brazil. Brazil is going to be a big part of this, in my view. And this is why I changed my opinion on Brazil in the last few years, and have been becoming very constructive there as well. So I believe in the rebalancing story of equities. And I'm a little more cautious U.S. equities right now, just because of the earnings situation coming into earnings with estimates that have not been adjusted whatsoever on the tariffs. And last thing I would say is the immigration, right? I mean, lots of talks about tariffs, but immigration is a big deal. I mean, it's if you decline the population of a country, I don't care if people think this is right or wrong. I'm just speaking from an economic standpoint. It's a very negative thing to do. So it's hard to believe that it's not going to have an impact on growth.
Yep, Tavi, we're out of time, but I wanted to get to this last question for you, and it could be as simple as a yes or no, but it never really is. I mean, quickly, do you think the U.S. is headed into a recession this year or into next year?
I've been struggling with that question. I do have a way of expressing that idea in the market still, because I don't think it's a very mispriced. I think it's at least 60%, maybe 70% chance. And I would say in the next 12 months. And I want to say that the way to think about this more practically in the markets would be probably doing shorting or being long the 2-year treasuries, or being short the 2-year yields. I think 2-year yields could fall like in half, like in the next 12 months. That's a big call, but I believe in it, and for many reasons. If you look at the GDP now, currently at year over year, because it's reported quarter over quarter, so you calculate year over year, you're about 0.9%. You chart 2-year yields along with the GDP growth. Very difficult to see how the 2-year yields can keep itself where it is. So yeah, I think that's going to be reflected on the recession call big time.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad I asked that, Shai.
I know, me too.
Macro strategist at Crescat Capital Management, my boy Tavi Costa. Follow Tavi on Twitter. Go see what he's doing. Tavi has been ahead of this move, really, I mean,
For a long time.
over what everybody else I see out there talking on X. And he's not only that, he's just a great guy. And so, Tavi, I can't thank you enough for your time today. Shai and I loved having you on, and we can't wait to have you back. Everybody go follow Tavi on Twitter. Check out what he's doing. Tavi, we'll see you next time.
Hey, thank you very much, and congrats for all this. This is awesome. So thanks for having me. I always look forward to speaking with both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Shai. You know, I wrote down gold to oil ratio. Never followed it. Don't know much about it. I mean, I think this is something that, you know, obviously Tavi brought up, something we come to you about and say, you know, what's up with that? You know, the gold to oil ratio, and how does that look potentially to, you know, impacting markets? You know.
Well, I mean, again, this can take a while to play out, just as we're seeing with the gold silver ratio that's been elevated for months and months and months. So it could, you know, take a long time to pan out, but you know, it's very bullish for energy overall. And you know, I am bullish that market, even, you know, if we have dips, but overall, you know, I think that we're going to have a problem because we just don't have the capex that we need. And we're still going to need, you know, a lot of fossil fuels, regardless of any Paris Accord or whatnot. We're not seeing a dent in global demand at all. So,
yeah, it makes me think of two things. Inflation's likely to come back, right? And what does that mean for the rates market? And then he's talking about how the Fed is likely to cut. I mean, boy, what an interesting situation this could be.
Right.
You got one mandate from the Fed that they're going to need to because of the jobs market, because we'll see it at the end of this week what that looks like, and then potential for inflation if these commodities get too hot. That was great. Really loved having Tavi on.
Love him.
And thank you so much for everything this morning, Shai. So appreciate it.
Thanks. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys
Hot
at
commodities.
2:30.
Yeah, don't miss that.
commodities.
Yeah, Shai kills it with Jimmy every day at 2:30, Monday through Thursday. Next up, we're going to have my boy Pharm coming in. And let's bring in our guy Pharm and see. There it is. Oh, this is like a new blue. Is that like, what blue is that?
It's kind of like a turquoise. It's a little closer to greenish, but not quite.
Yeah. Oh, man. You know, the color spectrum you're bringing to this show really is unmatched, Pharm. I mean, it's pretty nice to see, you know, the variety that you have. I didn't know you were a man that had this kind of variety, but every week and every month, it's, you know, you're showing everybody, you know, how you've been able to expand your color horizon. It's something to see.
Yeah, I had to get more than one shirt once I was going to start doing the show. So usually, you know, dad with 4 kids, I've got one pair of shoes and a shirt and, you know, one pair of shorts that has at least 14 pockets in it. And, you know, other than that, I had to grow up and get some shirts.
Yeah. You're all grown up now, and here we are, you and I, playing the chart game. You heard from Tavi this morning. I saw that you were in there early. Initial thoughts coming off of what Tavi said this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, my base case has been that we're probably looking at some kind of a slowdown this year, and we haven't seen that yet in earnings. And he mentioned the earning expectations and how that, you know, really hasn't come down a bit. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, that's one of the biggest things I've been looking for, this initial sell-off we had at the beginning of the year, which, you know, I had in my playbook anyways for a Q1. And the question for me was, you know, was that going to be a scare or was it going to be something more than that, right? Or were we selling off because we have signs of an imminent recession or because inflation has resurged such that the Fed is likely to hike? And if the answer to both of those was no, then it was probably going to end up being a buy the dip situation. And that's what we've seen so far anyway. And so now I think we have to find out as we move into, you know, these earnings and probably the next quarter's earnings, you know, do we either see softening in the labor markets or do we see earnings meaningfully decline? And then we have something more real to talk about. But as of now, the market's sort of in this, okay, well, you know, we're over this tariff issue for now. That was never one of my reasons for causing a bear market, tariffs. Just potentially the implications of them. So as of now, we're kind of done with that narrative and that story that probably deepened this correction. If it's a correction, we can't classify it as that until later. But you know, for now, we're trying to get past that and we'll see how earnings and how the labor markets shape up. This is a huge week, as you've said, and we'll probably be saying every single day with earnings and labor reports. So.
It's the biggest earnings weeks of our lives, Pharm. This is the biggest.
Right. Right. Absolutely. Till the next one. Absolutely.
Till the next one. Yeah. So let's go to the charts. And I'm starting off with gold today. Of course, I'm starting off with gold. We're coming off of Tavi Costa. You got to have gold up there. What I did here was I used the order flow VWAP, grabbed it off of this point where we crossed back above the 34 moving average. You saw this big surge up in gold going back a few weeks maybe now. I wanted to see where that VWAP was on that big move higher and look at it for several days in a row. They just keep wicking below it and then they keep closing above it and holding above it. And that level comes in roughly 32.85 to 80 to 90-ish area. So what that tells me is, and I got to move this out a little bit, is it's still bullish. And, you know, they had this big move higher. We had to pull back to just below the 8-day moving average, had a couple of closes right around it. Moving averages remain pointing higher. Bollinger Bands remain with that mouth open, which I always talk about is range expansion. We'll see what gold does here, because gold matters to me from a leadership perspective. Its primary trend is up. It's got a macro backdrop, which we've talked about with Tavi and many others on the show, is a trend that's got both things going for it, macro and technical. And so there's lots of reasons to keep an eye on gold as a leadership role. If it starts to fall back too far, if it starts to basically, let's call it 3,300, fail to hold there, I start to wonder if it doesn't have 3,200 to even mid 3,100s written all over it, and you wonder what that does short term for equities. I think it takes the pressure off of equities, and I think it could bring a bid, because obviously we've been moving opposite of gold for the most part of this year. So it's something to watch. Next, I'm going to go to silver. Tavi talked about this, and I think it's important to note. It's got supply issues. So the fact that silver is not exploding with gold, I think for the most part I think it's actually helped stocks, because if silver starts to go higher, you've got inflation, how much silver could spews into all the different things that we use. If it starts to really ramp up higher from this consolidation, boy, you wonder what that does if that and gold starts to go back higher. So keep an eye on silver as it's coming out of this consolidation, and you wonder if it does start to see a move that Tavi was talking about, which would mean higher. Now, we're going to get to the bond market real quick. So the bond market, I did the exact opposite of what we did with gold. Go to the anchored VWAP from that recent big move down that we had in the bond market that sparked it. And we are sitting above that, which would be 115-ish, sitting just above that. But the moving averages are flat. Actually, the VWAP is relatively flat. And when I look at this, it just reeks of consolidation to me. But if we start to push back down, I think below the 114 handle in bonds with any sort of velocity, that would leak bearish into the tape. But if it starts pushing above 116, I could start to see us going after this 1-2 standard deviations off this VWAP higher, high 116s, mid 118s. And I think that would be bullish for equities. So keep an eye on the bond market from that perspective. Now we're going to get into E-mini S&P. When I look at E-mini S&P, what's interesting to me is that we had a daily close on Friday back above the 34-day moving averages. Moving averages have gotten flat. The Bollinger Bands went from coming inward to now getting flat. The bulls have a moment here. I'm going to say it. I'm a bear that turned bullish last week. We talked about it. You can go through and watch the tape and do everything you can. I'm currently not long. I was for a little period of time in here. It's hard to stay long, I think, right now, Pharm. It's one of those things that even as a swing trader who uses options, it's like I saw that Friday's close and I'm like, do I want to buy back in? It's really tough here. But I do think that, boy, the bulls have a moment, man. You've got this gap up in here. What this gap was 57.12. Man, we hold above 5,500. I would not be surprised to see us go and fill this gap up at 57.12-ish area. I don't really turn bearish equities again until I see a daily close back below 5,300. That's a ways away. But for now, I see two-way tape, and the bulls have a window here. If gold can stay semi-offered, bonds maybe catch a bid or at least stay where they are. Silver doesn't take off, and I look at this as, those are simple things to look at because I don't need to micromanage them. If they just kind of stay where they are, I look at it and I think that this tape has an underlying bid to it. Hard to be short because we're in drift mode. We know equities love to go higher, and so I see that potentially happening in S&P. And the last thing, when I look at NASDAQ, it's a very similar situation. You have the Bollinger Bands now starting to point outward. We're holding above all the moving averages and the anchored VWAP I have off of, I look at key moves and anchor them. Hard for me to be bearish, man. I mean, it's going to take a lot of price action lower for me to turn bearish. That's my overall market environment look. Let's see what you've got today, Pharm.
Yeah, I think that's right. And you mentioned, bonds, dollars, quantities, what have you. I mean, it's all really generally at least choppy in a supportive way for equities. You're not going to get a lot of
Yep.
pressure on equities until you get these major technical breaks, right? So, I mean, as long as bonds are just kind of doing whatever, and certainly if they have, a bit of a bid, then, financial conditions ease just a little bit, and that is supportive. I mean, I'd drawn this potential range on here a few weeks ago, really. And you can see we closed above that, just above it on Friday. So whether you call it, 55.40, which was the cash hours high of April 3rd, whether you call it, 55.30, which was the extended hours high back here after the tariff pause day, or whether you call it 55.20, which was the cash hours high on the 20th, doesn't really matter. This general area is range high, and we're sitting kind of above it, right? And I've had kind of these spots where, if it's going to fail this breakout, it kind of needs to be like now, right? If sellers are going to step in and stuff this back down, it's got to be pretty quick here to me, because I'm with you that, if we hadn't broken out or attempted this breakout, then it takes quite a bit lower before it starts to get gross. And so to me, now that we are attempting this breakout, it is pretty important that it sustains. But I'm also not necessarily expecting to see this come all the way back down if we fail. So, in terms of upside, and I'll get to the 30-minute chart with profiles in just a second. I mean, I'm watching really 56.12 to 56.24. If that's not stiff enough to kick this thing back below 55.20-ish, like kind of bare minimum, then I think it's just it's time to go higher. So, we'll see if this gets through this morning. I mean, we're coming up. We just filled. We had an extended hours gap, so we closed 5 p.m. on Friday at 52.5, and we just came up and finally tagged that after the the gap down on Sunday open. That looked kind of bad, but we pull us into the 30 here. So this 55.20, I'm using that to start the week, basically 55.20 to 25. So that captures the cash hours high of April 9th. And so I had been using 55.40 as, sort of absolute range high. And I'm not going to consider it a failed breakout, if we sort of look above last week's high and then we get sucked down to 55.20. I'm not going to necessarily consider that a failed breakout. Because I think holding over 55.20s is fine. And so we're talking about upside here. I mean, there's still 30 minutes to go, and there's quite a bit. I mean, we could end up opening on a true gap up above Friday's high at this point. So last week's high is going to be key. And then 55.20s, if we, let's say look above last week's high, which was 54.5, I believe it was on a cash hours basis. As long as we're holding 54 or 55.20s ish on a fail, I think it can be okay. Like until you start cracking back below prior day lows within this range on this daily. So if we take out, we come up here, we fail, we get sucked back in range, and then we start taking out prior day's lows, then I think sellers have a shot to break this down. But I also agree that it's not, horrifyingly bad necessarily to where I expect it to come all the way down. So in terms of upside, I mean, I've got kind of potentially a minor 55, 80, 85 spot. The spot that I'm really watching, I want to see what happens, is this 56.12 to 24. I mean, if that's not strong enough to kick this back into last week's range and start breaking things down, then, I mean, we're looking, to me, probably 57.30s. And I mean, it opens 59.30s, really, if we can maintain this break, to me. So, I mean, a lot of people think that's not going to happen. It can't happen. But I mean, if you just go back to the daily, I mean, just last week's range was 400 handles or so, right? And if you just keep it simple and you say 51.30 to 55.30, that's 400 handles. Then if we sustain a break above 55.30, it's not unreasonable to look upward towards 59.30. And so in the absence of meaningful new catalysts, earnings deceleration, or horrifyingly bad, jobs data, those things are possible. So, to me, sellers are going to have to find that sell button pretty quick here. And if they can't, and then start kicking this back down through a range, then I'm just going to be hands off the sell button for a little while. So I am long from overnight. It's not a meaningfully large position or anything like that, but I just converted an ES day trade to a micros trade after taking profits. I do those conversion trades a lot. We've talked about those a few times. And so if they want to stop me out, the bear in me will be very happy. And if they don't, then I'll just take like 3 or 4 hot showers later today after making some money. So that's kind of where I'm at, big picture.
This week, and we always joke about this is the biggest CPI number, this is the biggest data point, of our lives. But with what earnings expectations are and what the Fed may do, a lot of it potentially coming off of this jobs number, you can expect the news this week to really be a main driver of direction. And, tariffs could now be less. I think the market's getting kind of numb to tariffs anyway. I'm not saying that we can move 100 points off of a tweet, no doubt about it. But like real directional stuff, if these big companies do not come out with good earnings and you have a jobs number that may kick the can down the road for rate cuts or vice versa, or if it shows that there might be rate cuts, those are things I think the market starts to stick their teeth into a little bit heavier this week. So they are meaningful, right? I think, as the day traders go throughout the sessions, I think we're going to have some volatility along the way, of course. But those key points on the close and on Friday morning are going to be, I think, drivers of market direction. So until then, continues to be, I think, a really good short-term scalpers market, focusing very much on the short-term tape. But I would expect this week for there to be some resolve about the direction. Because right now I think we're teetering on the potential of a decent rally, and we're teetering on a potential of this move coming right back into that range, back in that 90-day pause range where everyone's like, okay, I'm kind of not bearish, but I'm kind of not bullish. It is what it is. This week, I think, will kind of set that tone going forward. And of course, anything that we don't know about that this administration puts out could be interesting as well. So nonetheless, it's just something to note. So we get to that time, Pharm. Let's talk about intraday. What's the plan for today?
Yeah, real quick before I flip to the 5, I'll just point out this, this last week's profile. And we talked about this last week where, we had Monday, Tuesday, sort of in this lower range that goes all the way down to the 51.30s basically. But, to me, as long as this, bull gap is sustained on any downside pressure early this week, I don't think there's meaningful trouble. I think if we start cracking back lower highs, lower lows below 53.40-ish, then there's some trouble. So, but first and foremost, we need to talk about, can we sustain, this apparent upside break that we're looking at? So I mentioned 55.20 to 25. I think anything in here to start the day is just noise. So let's call it 55.50 to 55.20-ish. So I'm favoring longs, and I am long right now. And so I'm going to be certainly cautious if we sweep out Friday's high and then, get sucked back into the, this overnight profile. It has some potential to turn into something. But look, we have seen the last, really since Monday, that bearish setups have not produced bearish results. And so to me, I'm not willing to be bearish on price while that persists. And the best example of that was Monday. We had an inside week break to the downside, which is quite bearish. And well, look what happened after that, right? So, whether it's we look above and fail a prior day's high or look above and fail an IB high, it's just not leading to anything bearish. And so it's very, very difficult to want to side with the sellers. So I would like to see that change if I'm going to change my view and not change on some kind of like news headline, right? So if I want to flip and join sellers, I want to see a firm offer come in. I want to see this breakout fail. I want to see us start cracking back below 55.20s, take out prior day's lows, and then I'll look to press the sell button. But to me for today, I'm looking to buy dips. I think even this 55.30s area, if we cool off a little bit here, I mean, inventory is getting just a bit long. It feels like it does this every day into the open, or at least the last 3 days. On the last 30 minutes, it's just like we're at high of night here. So right up here into these 55, we're almost the last week's high, cash hours high. I think it was 54.5. So 55, 54.5 to 60 is a spot that I'm watching. So, I mean, I wouldn't be initiating a long here. To me, this is a profit take all day long. And I would like to see an inventory correction at open or before open. So that would be a pullback. Everybody's kind of max long up into here. So I would like to see that. And to me, even rotations down into around 30 are fine for looking for longs. And I think certainly as long as 55.20 to 55.25 holds, you're pressing the buy button. It's not until we get a complete change in character where we drive through the overnight low, we drive through a prior day low, and then just see continuation. Until that happens, I'm going to favor siding with the bulls, as disgusting as that is to half of the audience out there, and even myself sometimes. So it is what it is, though.
Yep. No, again, you're talking to two bears here right now, everybody, that have turned bullish as of last week, and it's hard to be bearish up here. It just is, I mean, it's one of those things where, when the bulls get those horns back into the market, they don't give them up easily. But Pharm, again, thank you very much, everybody. Monday through Thursday from 8:30 roughly to 9, Pharm and I do this. We talk a little macro at first, then we get into the charts every day, and I love seeing Pharm's perspective. And I said the range of colors that he has with his shirts, it's truly impressive. Didn't know he had it in him, but he does. Pharm Navy, hit that like button. Go follow Pharm on Twitter. The link should be in the description. And, of course, check out what he's doing with his Substack. I always say this, one of the hardest working guys out there, and I love your work. Thank you so much, my brother. I will see you tomorrow.
Appreciate it, Ellie. Take care.
All right, everybody. Next up, Tanja Army. I got my Army green on today. Tanya's coming back fresh from Miami. She looks so fresh, doesn't she, right now? She looks ready to go for her Monday morning segment with us. We got Tanya's preparation and Trade the Open. Good morning, Tanja. How are you? She's muted. We got you muted.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I'm back. Ready to get back into the groove of things. Yeah, it looks like the market has been grinding up higher, and it hasn't been too. Yeah, I haven't actually taken a trade on futures in a week, actually, because I've been just traveling a lot, and honestly, not too many quality setups. But yeah, so pretty interesting, because I was actually I went to Miami and I talked with other traders that I respect, and kind of the same thing. It does feel as if no one really knows what's happening with the tariff things, and that could always change on a dime, if any headline release. So, like, I saw, what was it, last Wednesday at like 9:37. Actually, I ended my stream a little bit just earlier because I had this buy side target, and we just hit it in 1 minute. Like, NQ exploded like 160 points on a headline that, like, Trump saying he might consider ending tariffs on China, which is just like all those algos coming in, right? Because that headline just says might consider, but we popped up 160 points to my buy side target, and I was like, okay, well, that's where I thought price was heading to today. I didn't have an entry into that, so since then we've just held higher and started grinding up higher. So we can get into the charts from here, I suppose. So I come in looking at the daily. Also, let's look at the weekly for a minute, actually. It'd be kind of interesting. Yeah, so we had a good close last week we had an inside candle the week before, and then we closed above that inside candle to the upside on the NASDAQ. So it looks quite bullish there. Yeah, because we had such a huge range this week with all that tariff news and reversing and things like that. And then it made sense that the week after that was inside week, because then we had that contracting range. And still last week, it was pretty much, most days were pretty small body days. And here we are at the beginning of this week, and we're holding up pretty much within this body, weekly body, we're like upper 20% of it. It looks pretty bullish there. We closed above this high, so let's look down to the daily. Yeah, this is like a previous weekly high. We closed above it. We have this volume imbalance here. Yeah, we had that all from this gap up. We really held that really nicely from last week. And we wicked back down into it, and like we closed really strong and then hit these equal highs and held above them, closed above them. Now we have like a tiny FEG here on the daily for NQ, but I don't really, it could go back below yesterday's low, but I doubt it, but I'll just have that marked out on my chart in case it does end up retracing really deeply there. It's daily fair value gap. But also we have this volume imbalance that broke this high. So that's, I'm kind of interested in here, this zone. So I'll mark this out and then we'll go refine that on the 4-hour. Same thing on ES. ES was actually does not have a daily FEG. It has just this like volume imbalance here that closed above this high. We're within yesterday's candle on the daily. So we didn't take out yesterday's high or low yet. I mean, last week's high or low, like Friday. Okay, let's go to the 4-hour. Looks like okay, this is last Friday, 10 a.m. It did retrace into this 4-hour on the daily. That's like the daily I marked out before. So actually, yeah, if we're gonna continue bullish, then we already did retrace into this and we closed decently above. So I would want us to continue up higher. If we came back and retraced in here, we could lose momentum to the upside. So that I'm just gonna take off because I can easily see this is a low. Maybe mark that out, but with just a line or something. But yeah, so that's not as nearly as important anymore to me. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, same thing on this is like that gap up that we had, and we wicked down into it here on NQ and ES, and we just surged up higher, created more fair imbalances on the upside. Yeah, and since then we've on the 4-hour we've held up higher decently. So I can't be trying to fade this, especially I personally try to be in line with the 4-hour time frame. And it does look like we're going towards that buy side liquidity on the daily. I'd marked out like a while ago. Or actually this is on the 4-hour. Let's see, let's contract our view here a bit. Yeah, this swing high from here. Yeah, 19,900s, 1980-ish. I think we can get towards this. Although, yeah, we could. If we end up taking out this low first, that's totally possible. And then going up higher, I wouldn't change my thesis unless we really end up breaking this low and then continuing to break another low after that. Because we just have this, we broke above this high with imbalances to the upside, and I'm just going to go with the 4-hour direction. Looks like we're going towards more buy side liquidity, more upside. But today's week, you guys, is full of news, right? We have a lot of news this week. Today we don't, right? Today is no red folder news, but we got tomorrow, jolts tomorrow, and CPI quarter over quarter year over. Oh, that's Aussie dollar. Sorry. We have GDP on Wednesday. Yeah, we have a lot of red folder news each day here. We have unemployment claims on Thursday, and we have NFP on Friday, right? Because the first Friday of pretty much of every month. Oh, okay, cool. It's setting my expectations today. Ooh, did I lose you guys?
And a lot of earnings, Tanya. A lot of earnings. Got Google, Microsoft.
No
Those are the
single
two biggest ones I
signal.
can think
Entering
of.
power saving modes shortly. What just happened here?
We might have lost Tanya here
All right,
temporarily.
let me
I could hear her.
see.
I don't know if you guys can.
One of my
Chat,
screens
let me
just
know. Can you guys hear Tanya or see her? I think we lost Tanya for a second. I could hear her, but she wasn't there. So also vote in the poll. We've got 50% bullish now, 20% bearish, 31% neutral. I'm going to talk to this about this with Tanya when she gets back. And you go back and look at what Tanya was going over, and I was going to comment to her about this. You see how the tape is building. You know, you see she puts her rectangles in, and she's looking at where these gaps are, and she's looking at, you know, as things are moving within the trend. And as you can see, same thing from Pharm this morning. I talked about this. Bulls continue to build on this rally. So it'll be very interesting to see what they can do on a Monday morning into a week full of data. I think that's really an interesting thing when you have a Monday like this, because do they want to do a lot? What does the market want to do? A lot of times, you know, today could be really a total chop fest, or it could just be a one-dimensional slow kind of grind in whatever direction that will be. It's a day that I was going to mention to her, I watch opening range a lot on days like today, where we open an opening range on a Monday. Could be just kind of a grinder. If you go back to last week, Monday, one-dimensional day until the close, as the week had a ton of data coming out towards the end of the week. Could be a similar situation today. We'll keep an eye on that. Don't worry, Tanya's coming back. She will be trading live with us. I think she just had some sort of issues with just showcasing everything, because I could hear her in my ear. I just didn't know if you guys could hear her. And remember, vote in the poll. We've got 511 votes. Hit that like button as we get ready for Tanya to come back in here, and she will be streaming live with us today. And quick preview of the afternoon. Of course, we have order flow labs coming out at 2:30 this afternoon as well. In the near term, I don't even have my charts up. I wanted to maybe, if I can, we'll see if they can get my stuff up. I know Tanya will be in here just in a second. Another thing I want to talk about on NinjaTrader, you guys see, and I see this question come through a lot with using the order flow tools. The order flow, oh, we got it right here. Okay, one thing that I want to show you guys that I look at on a regular basis when I'm looking to determine trend. When you look at the VWAPs, it's in your drawing tools. You can go to the order flow VWAP right here, and you can grab it and then draw it from one specific area. One thing that I'm going to be doing today will be taking it from this breakout the other day in the NASDAQ when it got above the 34-period moving average. And what you want to see is, again, this is like where we get into a situation where can they build momentum? And when I look at it right now, if I go back to this right here, and I just take this out and spread it, I think that this 19.2 to 19.150 area is extremely important for momentum for the NASDAQ. Man, just they have built nothing but momentum since they've crossed the 8, 21, and 34 moving averages, which I look at as really a decent gauge of trend. And the fact that we had a daily close a couple of sessions ago, yesterday's low, which was Friday, was stone cold, pretty much that 34-day moving average and just above that VWAP anchored from that move higher. And they just continue to build. Everything that we saw from Tanya, from Pharm, continues to say that the market is building to the upside here. I think we're ready for Tanya here in our ear. So we are going to
Hello, we are
Tanya coming
back.
Hey, Tanya. We
Sorry
lost
about
you. We
that.
missed you.
No.
It was a short period of time, but
Yeah, sorry about that. You guys are a little, I don't know, always when you're like the first day back, something crazy will happen. So hopefully that's it. But just restarted my computer, that's it. Yeah, so like
so
we were
I'm going to
talking
close
about,
out with
not
you,
too short.
and
Yeah.
yeah, I'll just close out with you and let you get into the trade session now, as we've got about 15 minutes before the open. I wanted to go over the poll with you today because I always do. It's
Yeah.
always fun going over that with you.
Mhm.
50% bullish, Tanya, 20% bearish, 30% neutral, almost 600 votes, which is cool. So a lot of people have voted for it, continue to vote on it, and over 50% now, 51% bullish. And you and I have talked about this. Everyone that's been on the network this morning has been, just kind of like, I can't fade this. I've been a little bullish. The chat feels the same way.
Exactly. I mean, that's how our chat is pretty smart. But yeah, mostly
They are pretty smart.
I'm not going to personally. I like to just go with the 4-hour direction. And if we're not holding any closing at below lows and holding lower, we've been closing above highs and holding higher instead. And looks like when I'm just going to keep with that direction until we hit another target, which is up, 19,800s totally. We can go for a previous weekly high. Yeah, I mean, it's the name of the game is just trying to figure out your direction, stick with it. And it does seem like most people are bullish. When that happens, like it's not actually an overwhelming majority. I think there are times where sometimes it's like 60%, or only that's rare though. And yeah, I mean, we'll just that's what I'm gonna do is just keep a note that I'm bullish and not trying to fade, so that if I if I just get enticed into a short, I'll know that that's against my plan for the morning, essentially. So yeah, it's just about sticking to your plan, and hopefully it's not too quiet of a Monday, because we do have a lot of news. You said there's even earnings in this week as well. Every other day this week has red folder news. So hopefully today won't. I do expect today might be quiet, because yeah, today's no red folder news versus every day the rest of the week has red folder news, so we can just generate liquidity and be a consolidation day for the next few days coming up into the week.
Yep. And before I let you go, Tanya, because I'm going to hop out here in just a minute, is when you were gone, I told the chat, I said, Mondays with a big week ahead and earnings and data, you typically get two types of sessions, very low volume. Most likely today, I think, is kind of going to be the theme no matter what, and really choppy and kind of just test levels, and maybe it could be a really good short-term scalper type day where we don't do much, but people adjust your expectations if we stay within a consolidation. But watch opening range. Last week on a Monday, we came off of Easter. It was a quiet day. The whole week was ahead of us with a lot of stuff, and it was a one-dimensional trade. So I like to watch opening range on days like today just to see where we kind of build from a one way or the other. Because sometimes those sleepy markets where either we just drift higher or potentially lower today, depending on what opening range is. Because as you always talk about, you really have the three sessions. You got London, Asia, and then you come in for the U.S. And so we'll see right in the open what comes of it. But nonetheless, everybody, I'm bouncing out of here. Hit that like button for Tanya. Great to have you back. Also, plug what you were doing in Miami. I was out there as well. And some fun things coming from you and I, with a friend of ours podcast. So give that a plug onto the stream today. And everybody, I'll see you in chat. See you tomorrow,
Okay.
Tanya.
Sounds good. I'll see you. What's up, everybody? It is Monday. It's a new week. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new session. So we'll see what happens, shall we? I mean, we have 13 minutes now until the open. We're bullish. We got to see what's going to happen. Like I said, it might be a little bit tougher today, just considering, this is a jagged high we're going for. And this was quite the sharp move higher before we went all the way down lower. This is like the high that went all the way down quickly into that 3-month quarterly level. So since then, like, look how fast we dropped there, right? And the way back up has been quite slow, right? Because this is just like 2 or 3 days of that price action, and this is like 2 weeks of price action on the way back up, right? What did we have so far? We came back, we retraced into this low on the 4-hour, into this FEG, and then we had a nice reversal from there. And we've remained bullish since then. We had that gap up, respected that gap, closing above highs. That being said, it might be a little bit tougher because, this is a low in this imbalance that is in a premium. So we can retrace again down into here before hitting up higher. That's totally possible. And, kind of when that happens, I'm kind of worried about, some consolidation conditions happening soon. Because if we take out this low and we create some imbalances on the downside, and then we sort of just start bouncing between this bullish imbalances on the upside and then bearish ones that on the way down, then we can easily kind of just start poking back and forth there, like, you know, consolidate, especially on a Monday. So I'm aware of that possibility. Yeah. And most of us are bullish, which is interesting to me. Let's see here. So I basically just always mark out swing highs, swing lows, and imbalances. So this is a swing high here, we broke. And let's mark out that fib from here to there to see how much did we actually even retrace, barely even into 50%. Let's see here. Yeah, not even close. That's what I mean. We came down into a 4-hour FEG or an hourly. We can go down to the hourly. We can probably see that even cleaner. Barely retraced there down here. And we did close back up higher. But here, like these, we just wicked higher and kind of just stayed higher. It's not like we're really being too explosive here on these recent highs that we created. So it's totally possible we could retrace here. I'm bullish according to the 4-hour, but I'm also just on a lower time frame, more neutral in the fact that we can retrace. It's totally possible, and that wouldn't even mean that I'm flipping bearish per se, but I would think that we could consolidate. And I don't love those markets. Here we have a gap down from ES. I do want to mark that out actually. This volume imbalance gap down. We have this that might end up holding price a bit lower. On NQ, that's not even a thing, I don't think, right? That's how they look a little bit structurally different. NQ has been a bit stronger in that regard. Yeah, we already closed above that a while ago on the NASDAQ. We closed above that here, like on April 10th or so. So if I were to long, I'd probably go for NASDAQ, right? We already inverted even this 4-hour fair value gap from here to here. That's what happened here. So the question is, are we going to go straight up there? Or are we going to retrace and take out this low first? So I don't need this high anymore. I marked out this low here on the 4-hour, which is inside of a fair value gap. And yeah, this, we haven't even retraced into 50% or of this leg up. So that I will be ready if we do sweep there. I'd be looking for market structure shifts to upside. Let's see here. Let's go on the 15 because we looked at the 4-hour. So clearly like ES there, right? What we marked out with actually, let me just go back to the 4-hour again. So clearly in that regard, NASDAQ looks stronger because we're closer to this high up here than the S&P 500. And NASDAQ just moves quicker and more aggressively. And so on the bounces back up, it's been retracing deeper here. Very interesting. Yeah. So let's go down to the 15 now and everything. Let's see here. Let's see there on the 15. Oh, okay. Let's see there. We have this Asia lows. Here. And then we have London is here. Okay. London low here. I mean, we just look pretty bullish on the 15-minute here. We might have a difficult morning, we'll see. Okay. I think that, here we go. Go back to the hourly. Okay. Okay. We're better here on this. All right, cool, cool, cool. I don't know, you guys, most of the chat is like bullish. I'm always worried about that when that happens a little bit. Let's see here. YM, I kind of want to look up YM. Wait, sorry. Let's go back down. I don't know why this one is giving me my data. This chart's not. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. YM. Kind of look at the Dow just for a minute before the open. This is clear buy side liquidity. We retrace into this. We retrace into 50% of that leg up in a fair value gap. And we're starting to go up higher as well there. Okay. This one actually might look a little cleaner, but it's kind of, I'll note that later. We'll note that later if we see the Dow surging up higher. And if I'll be aware if NQ kind of, I don't know, we'll see. I really don't want any discorrelations, basically. I don't really want ES to be consolidating in the open and then NASDAQ to be dropping and the Dow to be going lower. So let's see what ends up happening. We have about three minutes left until the open. Okay. We'll have the 1 minute open. I mean, on the NASDAQ, it's hard because we're not really close to having the points of interest I've marked out from today, right? Today might be a tough day. Just because I don't feel too comfortable longing either at the moment, just because we haven't really, like, where would my point of interest be there? I need a manipulation. And so either today, what can happen is we kind of retrace into my points of interest and then we have a nice bullish shift, which would be great. Or we surge up higher without an entry, which is possible, or we retrace and then we don't have a shift back up higher, and then it could be just consolidation conditions. So I feel like today might be a slower market. We'll see. ES is in this gap. All right. Yeah, marked out this London low. Marked out Asia low down there. We've been just really, yeah, grinding higher on that 1 minute. See how this open goes, you guys. About 1 minute, 30 seconds left until the open. This is where I'm coming into the market and I'm kind of like, okay, well, I'm not like ready to take a trade on right away, you know? There's nothing I totally see where I'm like, okay, I want us to come down into here, shift, and then go up higher. It's kind of like a market where I'm kind of just gonna observe a bit first, especially since first day back from pretty long trip. Well, last week I did come back for a couple days and I was watching the market. Honestly, here's the open, so let's see. We're dropping. Let's see here. We're dropping lower for the first minute. Let's see if we sweep any lows. Pretty much just retraced a tiny bit, and now we're making a new high of the session on ES. Okay. And NASDAQ's following suit now. So opening range is pretty wide, actually. Put a little, yeah. Now I'll remove that. I want to make this chart cleaner. So this is a 4-hour volume imbalance on ES. That's what I have marked out here. That's why it's in blue. Okay, NASDAQ took out the high, coming back lower again. So there's not really much direction so far. ES is definitely a bit stronger there because it's near its highs and NASDAQ's sort of near its lows of the session. Really large bars here on NASDAQ. How wide are these 1 minute candles? Like, okay, this is 30, 40 points. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad from what we've seen. It's funny that 40 points is like our smaller range versus when you start seeing 60 to 80 point 1 minute candles. So NASDAQ just kind of barcoding here at the moment. ES making a tiny new high of the session on the 1 minute. NASDAQ making new lows, ES kind of holding up still. Interesting, super interesting here. We'll see if ES is going to follow suit for lower. So far, no like 1 minute fair value gaps for NASDAQ. Okay. Let's see if we end up hitting any of these lows from London low, Asia low. I'll have to end up looking at the 4-hour. We have a 4-hour low even lower. Oops. Okay. All right, cool. No, this is working out fine. Cool, cool, cool. All right. All right. So far, let's see on the 15-minute what's going on here. Okay, cool. We're connected there. Cool. On the 15, we have that trend line liquidity here into this potential London low area. So yeah, what would happen? Nasdaq took out that high, came out probably within 50% of this wick or so, chasing now down into here again. We're kind of ranging, so I'll see what happens after we hit this low, although we do have more lows below. The Asia low here. Let's see here. Okay. A 15-minute on ES as well. Yeah, we have a bunch of stacked 15-minute fair value gaps on ES. That's actually crazy how it looks different than NASDAQ. It's on the way. NASDAQ's already retraced down here. Okay. Today, you guys, what do you think? Today, is it more likely to be like a consolidation session? I think it is. So far we're just watching the first 6 minutes of the day. I said I'm bullish, so I'm not really looking for shorts. I have marked out places where I think we can retrace. We haven't even really retraced there yet. What else? Let's see here for the ATR. We've gotten lower, like we've just gone lower volatility lately, so in general. Okay. So yeah, go back on the daily. I think, yeah, we're still on an inside day. Where's this fib that I drew it from? I don't think I need the fib anymore. Yeah. Yeah, that was just to showcase earlier that we didn't even retrace back down earlier into that. But yeah, on the daily, we're still an inside day, right? Yeah. When I say inside day, there's been people that ask me what that is. And when I say that I just mean we're inside the range. If I say inside day or inside candle, we're inside the range of the previous candle. So inside day, we're inside the range of the previous daily candle. See, we're inside this range. Versus like if we took out yesterday's high and then started reversing, then maybe I'd go for shorts, for example, into here. So if we didn't really take out a daily type of time frame, then it's meh, That being said, yeah, I haven't really taken out any kind of point of interest yet, so we just gotta wait and see here. This is ES on the left, NQ on the right. Kind of been back and forth on the 1 minute so far, right? Pretty back and forth. Yeah, this 1 minute fair value gap here that we just created. That's the first fair value gap of the day for NASDAQ. So if people were bearish, I could see them shorting there for more downside. I'm just not particularly bearish, like I said, so I'm following my plan where I don't want to get into that market just preemptively like that. So let's see here. Yeah, yes, it's kind of really interesting how that's what I actually kind of said. I don't really want to see this where NASDAQ is weak and ES is range bound. We can take a look at YM to see if it looks any different. YM's just surging up higher. Ooh, this is interesting. So YM paused before that buy side and just really dropped here a ton. That's interesting because most of the times YM and NQ are actually pretty inversely correlated. See if ES follows suit to the downside. For ES, it really is ranging. Kind of wild because it like we looked at the 15 minutes and a premium of this leg. It's wicking in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, I wonder how that's gonna end. See, we have 5 minutes left in that 15-minute candle. Versus NQ's first 15-minute of candle of the day wicked it, and we're back in the range here. Kind of making that 15-minute trend line. Holding up still. We didn't take out any of these lows here. We didn't take out Asia low yet, right? No. So we wicked to the upside and now to the downside in NASDAQ. I just watched that form basically. We completely powered through that 1 minute fair value gap. Super interesting. That's why I said I would I'm not gonna this is if people were bearish to short it. I said I would refrain from shorting because I'm not overall bearish based on the 4-hour. We just invert we'll see actually how this candle closes. Actually, I'm not even sure if this is we can't even guarantee until this candle closes, but it looks like quite strong, this little ripper here. New high of day for ES on the session. What was this? This was just like me marking out the pre-market highs there for NASDAQ. Yeah, and that we swept that. Then we dropped lower. Okay. So far, you guys, it's been pretty back and forth now. Now we might start seeing more upside. I'm still gonna wait. We didn't really sweep any of my points of interest, so I don't love that. And we're in a deep premium. I do want to see if maybe ES closes above this on the 4-hour. 4-hour candle will end at 10 a.m. And this 15-minute candle is going to close in like 2 minutes. See 1 more minute, and then we have the first 15-minute candle of the day. We went up, then down, then back up. Okay. All in all, what's the range of the day so far? It's like 100 points, okay, in the first 15 minutes. Okay. Not too bad for NASDAQ, but pretty, like, definitely a lower. Definitely a smaller range than usual. Let's see. So this 15-minute, first 15-minute candle of the day is finished. We went to the upside. What we looked like we wicked to the upside, then we wicked all the way to the downside, and we closed up higher. We really did have strong close there. Closing near the highs of the day. So we'll see. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we could get to that 19,800, 880 level today? Kind of weighing my options here. It's good that we didn't retrace that deeply. I'll have to see a little bit more, but yeah, that's a pretty nice close there. Let's see more here in the one. Let's go to the 5 here. Right, we inverted this. Like I said, that wasn't going to look too good for the bears there. We closed on that 5. Yeah, that was a strong 5-minute candle. It's like most of the day's range there. So far, it was 100 points in 5 minutes. See on ES. ES, that was a 70-point candle. Yeah, let's see. We'll find out. On ES, let's go back to the 1. On NASDAQ. So it's funny. Yeah, ES just, that was the first one, first presented. On NASDAQ, it was this. We completely blew through it. We have the leg now here. Okay, actually, one second. I prefer this kind of candlestick on my screen. Let me just change that real quick. There we go. There we go. All the styles are the same. Okay. So this is NASDAQ on the 5. I just don't really love, we didn't even take out any type of liquidity, even though it looked like we retraced deeply. We didn't come down into any of my levels, like, so I don't really love it. I don't necessarily even trust this leg up higher. Well, I'm gonna see what ends up happening here, how much we retrace now. If we end up really retracing or taking out the low, that would be really sus, right? Definitely be more of a range bound day. Versus if we kind of break this high again, it'll look quite good. We'll know in the next 10 minutes what this hourly and what the 4-hour will look like. Let's see the 4-hour again. Yeah. I do want to know. Yeah. Is this 4 hour going to break above this range and then provide more upside? Because, we have been, ooh, what was that? Look at that retracement there. Let's see. This is the first fair value gap of the day. That's all I have marked out. I mean, other than that, there's not really much. Yeah. Let's see here. I have ES on the left, NASDAQ on the right. While I was looking at the 4 hour, yeah, what did I have marked out here before? It was just the trend line liquidity. We never broke that. So we didn't manipulate anything. We didn't take out London, not even London low for me to want to go higher. But on the 4 hour, 4 hour looks really bullish. We didn't even retrace into 50% here. We respected these down close candles. So I'm kind of just waiting and seeing. I've been just waiting for a point of interest essentially. And we haven't hit it. We had like a really small retracement of like 50 or 100 points on NASDAQ, right? From here to here, it's 100 points. We didn't hit any kind of hourly or 4 hour point of interest or even a session low. But we broke energetically back higher. So I'm just going to wait and see what ends up happening here. We're going to respect this area when we retrace. That would be a deep retracement. I don't necessarily trust this low because, it kind of made more liquidity on that trend line liquidity, right? Area. It just respected this trend line. It didn't really take out a low. Kind of a difficult situation, right? We have a jagged end on this end and on that end. Yes, it's certainly retracing deeply here. Let's see here. This is just so everyone knows what this blue zone is, because I'm sure everyone's wondering. It's just this 4 hour volume imbalance from ES that's gap down from a long time ago. We're digging up into it. So this could be an area where it momentarily fails. So yeah, we'll see. If we go, we'll see what price action's like so far. At the beginning of the day, NASDAQ was weaker than the S&P 500. Right now, ES is retracing deeper than NASDAQ on this. But overall, structurally, on like the 4 hour, NASDAQ is definitely stronger. Okay. I wonder what 10 a.m., what the candle will look like. Okay. Let's see from here to here. Did we retrace to 50%? We just did on NASDAQ. So let's see what this looks like. I don't really love this as a swing potential stop. That's why I'm not entering long here, because these are kind of smooth lows. I'd rather just wait for more data. We'll see at 10 a.m. what the data looks like. But you know what I could do on ES so it's not just all blue, is I can probably just end up marking just the top and the bottom of that, because that is actually annoying me. I've been trading less often recently because there just hasn't been too many quality setups. And I'm not in a rush today either. Of course, always keep an open mind, but keeping an open mind. See. I do feel like today's a high resistance liquidity run day, which just means kind of range bound action. Could be even seek and destroy. We'll see. We took at the high. We'll see if we take out this low. If we do, then it's certainly not a trending day, right? Pretty much consolidating then. We retrace deeply, real deep into ES. Let's see. See if we end up respecting this on NASDAQ. I don't know. It's not like a huge point of interest. I really doubt that we will. We'll see. I'm not in anything right now. Let's see. Let's have some sip of water. I'm just shaking water and electrolytes. And now let's have some more water. My NinjaTrader mug, you guys. It says Tanja. Yes, just disrespected this. I mean, this is definitely not even any kind of point of interest for me anymore. This is something, I drew out to see if we would have one-sided direction. The fact that like we blew through it once, twice, 3 times. We are in a high resistance liquidity environment, especially if this NASDAQ closes below this. Would not be surprised, if we take out new low of session here soon. Doesn't mean I want to short it though, because I don't really see any good entry or setup in that regard. And like I said, 4 hours bullish. We're making jagged lows on both sides of the market. So it makes sense that we're going to continue doing that, or we might have high resistance or seek and destroy conditions where, you're starting to make equal highs and lows for liquidity runs later. And I do not want to be the liquidity. So can't imagine like the people. I'm not a breakout trader. I'm a retracement trader. But, breakout traders, maybe they got a little bit from here to there, but, that certainly is not working out for them on either on the downside or the upside, because we hadn't had follow through really. So far, you guys, since 9:30, we can mark that out on the chart, right? Since 9:30, we have not really had a clean direction, nor do we really have a clean manipulation yet. So kind of range bound. This is the time where I'm patience is tested, warriors are forged, because you're coming in, you're reading price action, and you're staying disciplined. Yep, this low just got taken. I said I did not trust it because of just the fact that there were smooth lows here, and this didn't take out any liquidity. Like we talked about, didn't take out London lows here, Asia lows down here, didn't even take out a previous 15-minute low. So it's not like, that's just generating more liquidity to potentially get taken out later, which is why I did not just long on a retracement here, just because there was no manipulation, right? I need a manipulation first, even though sometimes like the downside to that, waiting for a manipulation, is sometimes there are some days where it will just continue flying up and you won't have an entry because of that. And I'm okay with that, because then it keeps me safe on these types of days here. Yeah, so we just broke down to the downside. I don't really care for this anymore either. This is just now indicating to me, right? This didn't hold up to the downside the first time or the upside. And this is showing we're probably in seek and destroy or high resistance run conditions. Like I said, I'm not particularly bearish. I'll just watch to see if it does take out these lows. So let's see here, because even the bears today, if someone, I mean, I don't even blame you if you came in and you were bearish. I wasn't, because of the 4 hour. But if someone was, and then they just tried to just like shorten here, they would have gotten stopped out. And now, now it's going lower, making a new low here of the session. See if we end up hitting this like London low liquidity. if we don't, if we kind of retrace up higher again, this is like your classic seek and destroy environment. You know, where we take out a low just on like the 1 minute, then we took out a high, then we took out that low again. Like, what is the trend here? Nothing so far. Nothing. Not for me. And I don't see a good reversal setup either. So I'm removing that first presented FEG of the day. I don't really want to use it. Just used it to understand whether there was like a trend, potential trend or not. And clearly it's not. So let's take a look at that was a 10 a.m. close. So actually that 4-hour candle probably looks yucky. Yep. So we could not break and hold above a high. It's more likely now we retrace lower. We're traced back into this range. We do have liquidity here. So it's totally possible. I'm gonna just basically mark out London lows and see the reaction to that. And then, you know, this would be a target for more downside. It really depends on how we kind of react at London lows though. And if we see more continuation. So we just did end up hitting that London low on the NASDAQ. Let's see on ES. Kind of interested here. It's really, really interesting to me personally that ES is holding up better than the NASDAQ. We didn't take out that London low yet. Because on the 4-hour, you know, like we talked about during the pre-market, that ES is weaker just structurally. So, okay, I'm not personally, like I said, I want to see the reaction here. If we end up really retracing and we don't break another low, that's just seek and destroy environment. If we do end up retracing 50%, then breaking another low, then perhaps I can find a short to here. Just based on the 4-hour not closing above that hourly, and then going for potentially going for liquidity. I have to think about that for a second though, because, you know, like I did say, overall the trend is still bullish. And yeah, I kind of have to wait and see for whether I want to short any good amount of confirmation. Personally, because we could totally just take out London low. Guess what? And then we take out this high, and that's your classic seek and destroy. Let's see now. And that's like an environment I really do not want to be part of. You can potentially trade it, scalp it, but that's like one of the worst trading environments for me personally because there's no trend. And I like trending. Trending days are just easier. Simply are. So let's have some more order. So this is like how you can predict whether or not it can be a consolidation day before it even happens. And then you're saving your capital preservation, right? So far, a lot of back and forth. No? We have this, yeah, if we completely disrespect like this here, this 5-minute here, and this potential breaker then to the downside, it would be classic seek and destroy. So let's just tape read this action right now. Let's see. Took out London low. You have a bunch of SIBIs to the downside, right? Many of them. You don't know. Let's see here. Let me just mark out this. Yeah. There's like little fib here. This is 50% of this leg down, but yeah, this is a 2-minute, let's go to a 5. If we close above this on the 5, the fair value gap in premium of this leg down, and you know, this would be a potential bearish breaker block because this is this series of candles to the downside. This is the low before that swing high. Then we're gonna have most likely a classic seek and destroy environment. Yeah, I mean that would basically be because it just shows that there's no trend, right? If we're doing all that, there's no fall through on the upside or the downside. Okay, so I don't really need that anymore. I have that marked out. We did take out some trend line liquidity. I took out London low, right? So again, I'm just kind of waiting. If we end up retracing there, then clearly it's not bullish. We took out a London low. I wouldn't be opposed to longs. But I just don't love the close of that 4-hour here. So I honestly wouldn't be looking for much. So yeah, let's continue tape reading this. Really not in a rush to risk any capital at the moment, personally. Yeah, I mean, look at the day. We've gone up, down, up, down. Yeah. CES on the 5. Let's roughly see this. Yeah, okay. This is a 5-minute FEG in premium. We'll see if we end up respecting that. We'll see. So far, we hit London low. We didn't make a new low yet. Retraced a bit. Didn't retrace deeply, which is like, if we end up breaking this low, then maybe there's more continuation lower. That's what I'm watching out for. But if we end up really just retracing back all the way up into here, and we close above this, then no. So I'm basically waiting for more data on like how we react here or here if we take out this low again. Yeah. So far, took out London low, retraced. We did not break a new low yet. We also didn't come into this 5-minute area yet. On the 1-minute, sure, this is low, but like I said, I'm waiting to see this. Whether wait for more confirmation. I'm demanding more confirmation, especially on downside movement. Doesn't feel like the market's really in a rush to get anywhere today. What's the range so far for today? It's about 200 points. And back and forth, a lot of back and forth. Can write out London low there. And for ES, what did I, oh, this for ES, this is like a 4-hour gap. Yeah, high and low. See, NASDAQ. I have another one opened up on like the 15 on the side. You guys, the 4 hour is just whack. That's what I'm just saying. Is like we're just ranging. No continuation to the upside on the 4 hour, and the downside, This is what I'm talking about. No continuation to the upside. We can retrace then to here. Like I said, it's totally possible. I'm waiting for more data, especially like what are we gonna do here? We would have to respect this area and then like continue to make lower lows. And it's been like 7 minutes since we took out like London low. So let's see here. I'm not really itching to get into anything because it's Monday. We have earnings. We have a bunch of we have NFP on Friday. You know, that's where I think that the market might end up going up to the buy side, to the upside. At that time, it's more likely. But so let's see. This is the 5-minute on NASDAQ. Now we're back to the 1 here. We really are consolidating, honestly. NASDAQ's a little bit stronger than ES in this regard, right? Kind of making note of that now. Don't need this trend line liquidity anymore there. Okay. And 11. Price has been disappointing me, right? With the 10 a.m. closure. No upside fall through, but we did end up sweeping London low here. Since then, we retraced a bit. I'm kind of watching to see how we respect these areas. NASDAQ did not retrace to even 50% yet. Personally, just want to see then for me to honestly go into something. I want to see another new low of the day and some more cleanup price action to go towards maybe Asia low. Other than that, there's nothing for me to do right now. Yeah. We have this being respected right now on the upside. It's a lot of back and forth we've been seeing. 200-point range so far on the session, with 1-minute candles being up to 40, 50 points. Yes, a bit weaker, but not much. You know, we're back and forth. We're down, then up, then down, and now we're back in the middle. This is kind of, yeah, it really does seem like a seek and destroy environment to me, because most of the times we are hanging out in the middle of the range. Otherwise, we break this low, we'd be more in like a high resistance environment to the downside. Either way, I need a manipulation to get into something. So definitely not, I'm not eager right now, especially price has not been moving in the last 10 minutes or so. Not really, right? Yeah, I wanted to see what's the average daily like ATR recently on NASDAQ. That's why I wanted to open up another. Let's see. The last 5 days. Wow, 700. Okay. Do you suppose, yeah, that we only moved 200 points today so far. It's definitely a lower than average range. We're literally still within. Oh, it's actually interesting. We took out yesterday's high. We did on the NASDAQ. No. Yeah, during that little surge. I could actually mark that out to make sure to see things better. We did take out yesterday's high now here. So it's like not a bad short idea all in all if it ends up continuing lower. Yeah, so keep an eye on that. So far, we are holding the lower half of that leg on the low move lower. And yeah, potentially, like that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna see this reaction to here. Previous day high. If we come back again, all the way back here, it's more likely to seek and destroy, right? We'll see what ends up happening here. We're gonna go lower. We're gonna break a new low. We're gonna retrace and then break lower. Either way is possible. Or we're gonna invert this on the 5 and then really have a directionless day for sure. Right now, we've pretty much been consolidating for the past 10 minutes. We're all in this together, you guys. So I hope even if you're bullish, maybe I did help you navigate where I talked about this low, I didn't trust it, even though we were surging higher and just waiting to see first the reaction here. And we saw we completely blew through that. So like there are definitely, people that got hurt, potentially got hurt there trying to break out trade. Meanwhile here, we're back and forth. I'd rather see more direction to the downside at this point because we failed the upside. We failed to close on that 4-hour to the upside. We swept previous day high. We have some displacements to the downside. Yeah, I would prefer. Then you also have people that were shorting there. They were too early. They got stopped out. There was a manipulation to the upside in that regard. Previous day high. And we swept the low, but we did take out London low, which is why I'm not immediately shorting in here because it's totally possible we are just seeking destroy where we take out one sweep of liquidity, then we take out the other, we take out previous day high, then we take out London low, and then we take out another high. It's totally in the cards. Kind of the same thing as before, why I wouldn't want to take out this. Because the thing is we already took a liquidity pool, a London low. And we didn't retrace into 50% of this yet, which is interesting. It would be decent. It would be fine then to continue dropping, and it would show a little bit more momentum to the downside, right? Let's see. What do you guys think for the rest of the day? Do you think that we're gonna flip to bearish, or are we going to, is this a consolidation day? Wonder what everyone thinks. Mm-mm. And so far we're just consolidating, so it's actually decent. Like it's another, we had distribution, so it makes sense, another accumulation here. Really, I'd prefer it then for a manipulation up into this area and then more downside. Yeah, distribution, accumulation, manipulation, distribution. That's how I'd get into shorts basically. But right now we're just gyrating. We're going back and forth. See an ES, where did we retrace to so far? We didn't retrace the 50% yet either. So let's see if it ends up rejecting this area. You know, I would want to see then like a 5-minute candle come into here and wick it. You know, an ES didn't even hit London low yet, and it's supposed to be structurally weaker. So I'd feel okay if we end up manipulating these highs into a liquidity pool. And then if we break a short-term low after that, getting into shorts. That being said, if we just rip through this and close above it on the 5, then I'm gonna be like, all right, this is more likely to be seek and destroy day, which would mean more likely that it ends up eventually taking out this high. Did ES take out previous day high? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I don't need to mark that out because I have the 5-minute marked out here. And that's what I'm working with right now. So let's see, ES retracing into it. Let's see on the NASDAQ. We're also digging up higher, but not retraced into it. So it is looking a little structurally weaker than ES in that regard because it's not above these local highs. A little wick there, ES, NASDAQ, let's see. Wicking, but no drop back down lower. It's slowly grinding there. We'll see how this 5-minute ends up closing. Like two minutes left. Let me just draw this a little bit cleaner. I'm not the cleanest at drawing. There we go. Let's see on NASDAQ. Yeah, I did not draw that cleanly either. There we go. NASDAQ's definitely weaker. Look, ES wicked here. NASDAQ did not even go up there. So you have a little SMT there in a smaller time frame. So we'll end up seeing here, what time is it? 10:23. Oh, yeah, I wanted to take a look at the 15 for a second. Okay. There's no wicks. There's no FEGs on the 15. It just shows that we've been having a lot of back and forth today. All right, let's see ES. It's just going to sustain lower now, and NASDAQ with a little divergence there. Let's see if we break any swing lows with fair value gaps. So far, the next swing low here is here. So I'd want that to break then. Clearly, we're digging up higher again. So it's a NASDAQ. Clearly wicked here. Now really quickly taking out this high. Wow, it's a savage market there. So let's see if NASDAQ retraces here. So I'm going to have this low marked out later in case it does. Just a swing low. This is a pretty savage candle here. 50 points for anybody that tried to do like a breakdown of this trend line or bearishness. It's kind of wild. Look at this pop up higher. Guess we have time until this 5-minute closes, right? Well, I think it just closed, right? Yeah, and inverted this on ES. On NASDAQ, it's coming back. So we are really not looking like we are having a directional day. It's looking more and more like a seek and destroy day with all these reactions here. We'll see if NASDAQ ends up inverting this in the next 4 minutes. It's more likely than not. So just created this huge candle here. It's wild. 47 to, yeah, sheesh. Okay, 50.1-minute candle. Not unlike what we've seen in previous weeks, but pretty crazy. That's why I'm glad that's why I wait for confirmation on days like this. Right? Kind of wild. We'll see how this goes. Will this candle even get respected? This honestly seems kind of like a news candle. Was there anything crazy today? Just like a random headline. Yeah, something like I don't know how that has to do with anything. EU chief says at this point, no indications. Spain blackout is cyber attack. I don't think there's a blackout in Spain right now. I don't think that's related, but that was 2 minutes ago. Let's see. Look at that retracement. We didn't even respect the bullishness to the upside. Fast stock news. No. Okay. We're just having a pretty difficult environment there, right? We retraced here. I would have preferred now that ES would have just cleanly come back down and broke this low to go for like London low or Asia low for ES or continuation for NQ. We did, now manipulate these highs on NQ. Let's see this 5. It's a lot of back and forth, I really don't feel comfortable taking any trade on either side right now. So there's just been no, if I say, this is going to keep you safe. It's like if you say, okay, now I'm waiting for this swing low to get broken, and then it doesn't, then you just, and it breaks out that swing high, that just, then you're no confirmation, right? So that's what's been keeping me safe all morning, essentially, right? Yeah. It's been kind of crazy. Even like these small candles we've been watching, we've watched through consolidation, and then, if someone were bullish and thinking that this is a sweep and it just took out this tiny little liquidity on the 1 minute and that's it. We didn't even respect this move to the upside, this candle. So kind of just a lot of back and forth today. See, it's 10:28, still staying disciplined and waiting. It's definitely been barcoding on the 1 and the 2 minute. If you look at the 2 or the 3, lots of barcode action there, right? There's just nothing I've been willing to put my money down to try to risk a short. Like personally, I would want at least we wicked this, but yeah, now if I were to short, I would need a displacement below this, and I would like this to get inverted. Then perhaps I'd go for Asia low or something. Or these equal lows down here, pretty nice. So far, there's been no follow through on either side, right? This is decent on the 2-minute. Like just like price action looks kind of cleaner because there's not as many SIBIs, right? There's not as many imbalances, I mean, and on the 3 as well. So yeah, not really my favorite thing. At least it has been respected this. Now I'm just waiting to see for more downside. But there's not really more displacements happening yet on the downside. Let's see ES here. Oh, ES is looking better than that, better than NQ in that regard on displacements. Okay, we'll see if we end up getting some sort of short. It's decent. We're disrespecting this. Anyone that was shorting this and then got stopped out must be really annoyed. Okay. I think I might be willing to short ES or NQ soon. Let's go like on the 2 or the 3. Let's see this. 2 is down here. Okay. See the 2 on this. I think I'm more willing to short ES because it completely filled this on the 5-minute, whereas NQ loves to do its extra manipulations. So let's see here. And ES has yet to reach that to the downside, that like area. So like London low. So that would be kind of a decent trade idea. See, this is a 2-minute retracement there. All right. I'm trying ES shorts here. Okay. I'm in ES shorts at the moment. Let me just put it on the screen for a second. Yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. If I get stopped, then that's fine, but my stop is, I'm gonna go on the 1. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my stop is above this bearish breaker for ES. Yeah. Cool. Let's make this a little cleaner here. We can dig a little bit deeper because I did get in and short on an area that's like probably in the discount of this leg. But we did not take new, I feel like we made a new equal low, and we did not take London low. So I'll take first target at London low for ES, so that's up here. Yeah, up all the way up here. And I'll probably hold some sort of runner. And if we end up getting stopped out here, I'm totally okay with that. So let me see here. What's my risk reward here? Be risking 13. It's retracing quite deeply. And then yeah, that's totally fine. Okay. Yeah, cool. It's on the 5 here. Get a nice little completely rebalance that. I wouldn't, yeah, this is fine for my stop. I wouldn't want us to come back above this, the body of this candle, the midpoint of it. So that's where my stop is, above that 1 minute breaker. Okay. See, Nasdaq's retracing deeply into as well. Very deeply. Since I'm doing ES, let's have this my analysis here where I was drawing out everything side by side here. There we go. I basically shorted in this 1 minute. I'm allowing it to retrace deeply into here in this one, but my stop's above the bearish breaker. Then it's really just a lot of back and forth action I don't really want to be part of. Let's see, guys. Are we gonna get stopped out? Are we gonna be fine here? I think we might be fine. I think this is the last line in the sand, so we'll find out very soon. Let me put in my little drawing indicator on here. Last line in the sand is pretty much this. And so I have it above, I have it, this is my stop, pretty much this, yeah. And I want London low, just down here, yeah. So it's a moment of truth. We're gonna go lower now, and reject this. This is basically, we did reject that last line in the sand. Or are we gonna, continue range bound action today, which is fine for me to put on a little bit of money in to find out. 61.25 minus. Yeah, I'm risking about 13 points to make like 21. It's pretty good on the first target. We rejected the last line in the sand. Let's go lower maybe. So I really want to see new lows of the day, especially since it left this new low day here. Be great. We're back at break even on this trade. It was a nice little flush there. See new low of day, and let's go for London low. Wonder what NQ did. I have NQ behind here. I did reject, but it did trace a lot deeper. So literally, if I did the same trade on NQ, I might probably would have gotten stopped. Which is why I didn't do it though, because it's more erratic. It wicks so much. And mostly because we didn't retrace that 5-minute FEG on NQ. That's mostly why I did that. And also, yes, hasn't hit London low yet, and it's weaker on the 4-hour. So this doesn't even mean that I'm going to be right on this trade yet. We're kind of back and forth still. So let's find out. These candles are wild. Wild, because you just have large ranges and then the next candle, large range the other way. And if you take a look on the 15, we really are wicking a lot. I'm willing to hold this though, because I feel like, we rejected, I waited for confirmation. Yeah, I'm willing to hold. I waited so much to enter my trades, so. Let's find out how it goes. It's really wild candles. So what time is it? 10:43? Okay. So since I entered this trade, suffered about good amount of drawdown. I suffered about I've been mostly in drawdown. So it just shows it's a really hard environment. And that's kind of I kind of expect that though, because just from what we've been watching all day, like it's a deep retracement, a lot of back and forth environment. So it's not like one of those days where I get into a trade and I want it to go in my direction immediately, which obviously it's the best when that happens, but I'm like more patient on this kind of trade. Digging again into this area where previously was the last line in the sand. Let's see. Still is the last line in the sand, essentially. It could do that. Can go back again. It's fine. We didn't completely fill it. We didn't break a low after it, so that's why I didn't move my stop at all. We didn't break any swing low. So we'll see. I wonder what Nasdaq's doing. Let's see. Deeply retracing. Hasn't hit my stop yet, but it's getting real close. Did not hit my stop yet. Wild. Not yet, but totally can. Just monitoring things. Probably gonna get stopped here. There we go. Stopped out on this trade. So gave myself a lot of confirmation there. It didn't work out. So we're just we really are ranging here today. See Nasdaq here. Guess Nasdaq wants to take out this high into here. We'll find out. I'm still gonna look to see what 1050 does. But bleh. Kind of a bled day so far. A lot of liquidity generating. All right, take a little sip of water here. Mark out this high on ES. This is really where this should not get taken. Where like that trade is really invalidated. C and Q. It's pretty wild. We had this push down here, then we no continuation again. So really just back and forth action here. Seek and destroy type of vibes to me, at least. With us most of the day hanging out in the middle of the whole range. The range for ES. Now we're back in the middle. We end up taking this out, yeah, that the shorts are really invalidated. This is the whole swing high. We didn't even break to new low day here. And this was the swing high that completely filled in that 5 minute. See, NASDAQ. It's quite ugly. So I was anticipating that this was the manipulation and to go for lower for more sell side. And yeah, we have not continued lower. We just back up really close to that high, that manipulation high. See, NASDAQ did make like an equal high there. Let's see here. It's 1050 right now. See if there's a 1 minute FEG created here. And there's not. Like, nope. So this is really just a lot of back and forth. There's no second trade I'm looking at here. Let's see. Pretty a lot of back and forth today. We took out lows and high, then low, then retraced here. We did have a nice rejection. I tried to go for some continuation. Got stopped out on this push up here. Like it looked like it was gonna go pretty nicely here. We stopped. We've just been really just range bound here. Kind of indicative of like the what we thought it might happen today. Still watching, but like price hasn't been the best. Okay, let's see here. It certainly has not been a great easy Monday here. Not an easy salad day. Certainly really high resistance environment. Yeah, you guys, I don't really see another type of trade idea here. I've tried basically my one condition on that short got stopped, and then like there's no continuation on the downside either. Like there's no, since 1050, there's not really like another imbalance to the downside. You really are just generating a lot of liquidity here. If we look at the 15, it's very ugly. It started looking pretty decent here when we started going to the downside. And yeah, we cannot hold either direction today. We can just look at the 5 there, right? There's a lot of back and forth. So yeah, I'm fine with taking 1 out today in an environment like this where we didn't really move too much. Not really willing to put down more risk here because it's just, yeah, it's not really showing me anything ideal. Let's see here. I would if it showed me another like good setup, but nothing. Still, we're a lot. There's no quick moves in this market right now. So there's not really a point. Yeah. Let's see. No, we really are just creating more liquidity here. We stayed even within the range of this high and this low. So that's just it's just building up more, stacking up more trend line liquidity or highs and lows. And yeah, this is the type of environment I'm like, okay, well, I tried for ES to catch up to the downside. Yeah, so do not love all this janky action there. We never broke this high, which is decent, but for me to re-enter, I'd need some more fall through to the downside, like a break of a short-term low and then a displacement. And we haven't really gotten that yet. So, maybe it shows itself later in the day, but yeah, this is not really worth it for me at the moment. It's just a lot of back and forth here. I could just like, from what we've been narrating today, yeah, I've seen a lot of different types of trades getting hurt if someone was, depending on like how the session worked out, but if they're breakout traders, there's really no not a lot of range here. So when you can't really force your will upon the market. Yeah.
Tanya. Tanya, welcome back.
Thank you.
We missed you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I missed you guys too. Yeah, this market is kind of tough. It's kind of annoying to see this retrace this deeply. Now we're kind of back where my previous break even was. But yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty fun. Like I haven't been on NinjaTrader last week. Yeah, I went to California and then I went to just Miami for a couple days. And now I'm back. I do not want to travel more. In the
Coast to coast. That's a lot of frequent flyer miles right there, coast to coast.
Yeah, California to New York to Miami. Yeah. I'm tired. Yeah, it is coast to coast. It is a lot of miles, stacking it up. But yeah, for now, I'm very tired from traveling for sure. I don't want to take any more flights in the next like month, hopefully.
Totally makes sense. Yeah, the micro Nasdaq too is tough today. I mean, I have a completely horizontal session volume weighted average price. It's just flat. It's flatlined.
Wow. Yeah, that is. Yeah, it's tough. There's not really much direction here. We had a low, then a high, then a low, and then retraced. And I wanted some lower. Now it's kind of annoying. It's coming a bit lower, but it's just a very imprecise market, I would say. Yeah, these wicks to the upside. Yeah, like we're stuck in this range for now.
Yeah, I mean the whole session we had high to low is like 230 points. And if you look at the the 14 period average true range, it should be 700 and something. So it's
Right.
it's a pretty tight range.
Right. Yeah, that's what I noted too. Like yeah, exactly. We have not been we've been constricting on the ranges, so that makes the trading a lot harder, especially intraday when you're trying to catch more bigger moves. And yeah, it looks like we're not breaking to a new low of the session or anything. And it's 11. The high of the session was made at like 9:50 and the low was made at like 10:03. So, and we haven't moved out of that range.
Yeah.
So.
Well, maybe anticipatory. A lot of news coming down the pike in the next few days, so I expect it to move a lot more.
Yeah, exactly. That's the same thought process I have.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, hey, great having you back. Looking forward to the next time. Tanya, thanks for being here with us on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you. We'll see you. I'll see you back tomorrow for pre-market.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Ciao.
Awesome. We have, though, ready in the wings. Not in the wings. He's here. He's on the screen. We have Stowe.
Oh, am I
Order
on?
Flow
Oh, I should have
Labs.
said hi to Tanya. I'm sorry. Sorry, I was working on this trade entry. How's it going, Jim?
Pretty good, man. How was your weekend?
It was great. I got a new brush cutter and I did a lot of yard work. It was awesome. That's my happy place out there. Mowing down weeds. How about
we'll
you?
call you Farmer Stowe. Maybe that's what we'll call you.
It's in my blood for sure. My grandparents had a dairy farm, so it's not too far removed.
Very nice. Yeah, no, I had a nice relaxing weekend with Mrs. Kaggs down here in Charleston.
Awesome.
Yeah, all good, all good. Looks like you have a trade going on right now.
Yeah, like Tanya said, this is a mess. It's a nasty range day. There's been some really confusing order flow today also. So I've kind of just been gently maybe like quarter size trying to play these edges, but it's either been straight up or straight down. This tug of war is serious up here.
It is a tug of war. I mean, I look at a 10-minute candle and it's like every candle is up or down 75 or 100 points, and then it inverts. Yes,
it's very strange. There is a ton of activity here at this 490, and then also at the weekly open. Someone was selling this for, I don't know, felt like 15 minutes. Just reloading and reloading. Yeah, but if we get a balanced day, we get a balanced day. We got to try to play the edges and try to find some good spots. So.
All right. Well, I see you have your trades going on. Your target is just about right there. Now we just missed it, but it's, who knows with the way this thing's ping-ponging. So I'm going to sit back and I'm going to take some notes, man. Wish you the best of luck.
Cool. Thanks, man.
All right.
Good morning, Leo. Good morning, chat. How are we doing? How's everybody managing this day? Nice, a nice small range. Reminds me of summertime a couple years ago. I haven't had a range this small to start the day in, I don't know, weeks. Leo would rather watch a Disney movie. Yeah, that's how it feels. I've just been taking these small scalps off of this low, and then I also took some scalps off the week open too. I don't know. I mean, we made a pretty good low. We came out of it. Let's go back and look at we'll go back and do the whole thing. So overnight, we've got our, this is our Europe zone here. Pretty indecisive. So not much to see here. Also pretty choppy Euro session. So no real surprise that we end up with a pretty choppy US session, but I mean, it flew out the gate. This has been trappy for me for sure. If I hadn't have been very careful with my sizing today, I probably could have gotten into some trouble. See, we opened, chopped around, sold down, ripped up, and then this sell here off of this 620 spot. This was just straight grind selling out of nowhere, and then this was straight grind buying all the way back up, and now we're just stuck in the world's smallest range. I don't know. I like the upside as a target as we've run the overnight high. So that's why I'm trying to scalp this long and see if I can get to the other side of value here, but I don't know if they're going to let me do it. It's also never good to be below the weekly open. That's a pretty valuable pivot. I don't know. I feel like they're going to come get me here. But order flow is very choppy, very confusing today. It felt like a really thin book. And there's no news at all today. There's no, yellow, red folder, none of them. So I'm perplexed. Today is not a good day. Every day is a good day. If you try hard enough, you can turn a bad day good. Doesn't mean you have to trade it though. This is maybe a good day to go out and touch grass, cut grass. It does feel like early August a little bit. I mean, that 11 o'clock turn didn't do much. Yeah. I'm just trying to watch this. Trying to watch this spot. I have a good spot here at 460. And this is a previous month closes down here as well. I mean, a new low would be a clue. Like anything would be a clue. Yeah, see, we got stopped here. Excuse me, I'm coming down with a little cold, or I spent too long in the too long outside, and my allergies are kicking in today. Okay, here's the previous month close. Let's see if we can get if they're going to push this lower, or what they're feeling. The bid keeps coming in. Let's see these sweeps if they're rewarded or not. Get back over this 450 in a meaningful way. Try to get that scalp in. Nope, sold. Sold straight down. And they're stepping on it a bit now. Now this is a crazy low. Let's see, I've got this view up anchored from Friday, I think. I'm trying to see where this low was made. Okay. So the overnight low was made. That's after our range here. Okay, so this is the bottom of the Europe session. We'll see if they're going to cover it or what they're feeling. There's definitely some bid down here. Okay, we ran the IB. So there's our IB break. Just stacking up stats. So we've run the overnight high. Just need some responsiveness here. Ooh. There's a nice sell. Okay, maybe this day is starting to show itself. I'm going to take my hands off for a second and just let this work itself out. Oftentimes I'll get really chopped up in days like today where it starts out as a balanced day. You know, I'm trying to play the edges, and then it eventually becomes a whole different day type, like a trend day up or a trend day down. I sometimes really struggle with switching that perspective. So let's see if we can get back in the IB here, or if this is gonna be the start of a downtrend. I'm just watching for these sellers to keep getting rewarded. We did have an exhaustive bubble here at 415. Let's see. This is pretty exciting. No real spot to hop on. There's 400. Be wild if they ran the overnight low as well. That's one of my Leo will tell you that's one of my least favorite stats. The how rarely the overnight high and overnight low are run concurrently. It's a pretty rare occasion, but it does happen. That's the thing. You always have to remember about stats. Here's this 420 again. Going for Asia lows 390 area. Yeah, possibly. I don't know if it wants to hold below the IB low. Might happen. I'm happy to take a short scalp, but I just don't. I'm just not buying it. There's a lot of buying. You know, the Delta map flipped bright blue. I'm just watching here to see. Tape today is a bit like the Asia sesh. Hey, Deli. How's it going? Sorry, haven't looked at the chat. Let's pay some attention to the chat. It's just a balanced day. Yep. Network business. Yes, that is a Delta profile to the left of my volume profile. M. Reyna, just wondering if you consider midnight open as a potential liquidity sweep before you took the long position. Midnight open. I don't consider that. I mean, it depends on which time frame you're looking at. Midnight, like midnight Pacific time? Are we talking about the Europe Open? See, now we're holding IB. No, I don't look at the midnight Eastern time open at all. Maybe I should. Yeah, it felt like they were going to go for the overnight low there, fly it there, but this is, I mean, we got the Delta flip. I'm just trying to be careful. I was doing I'll share this as well. I was doing my review work over the weekend when I wasn't chilling in the yard burning stuff. And I took a lot of trades last week that were very subpar entries. And I'm trying to cut that down by, 30% if I can. Because I need to be a little more concise. I felt myself getting a little sloppy marketing in at spots. I was getting punished on some fills that, retrospect, I could have maybe put a limit order in there. Market was moving slow enough, so just trying to wait for the proper retest on this stuff. So we sold down and came back up, and we just tested this low, all these other lows here. I want to see us hold this, and I'll get where's my guy? I'll get my diamond in here. So we're watching for this. I've talked about I don't like to trade the around the IB because it's a very messy place. But yeah, see, nasty business. Okay. Watching for sweeps here. Let's see. The time is 11:15. I'll try to get in here if I can. Got my stop below that sweep candle there, so that's good. That's so thin. I mean, big orders keep coming in and pushing it around. It's really choppy. You're gonna get me here. Yep, there's liquidity below. That's for sure. Let's see. Just don't see enough selling. It's not persistent. But waited for my confirmation. Didn't get it. Looks like they're trying to press lower, make a new low. Yeah, waiting for the overnight low to get run now. There's definitely a lot of bid delta stepping in here, but they're selling this down. Yep. Which software do I use? Well, this is NinjaTrader, NinjaTrader 8. And this is the Order Flow Labs suite of tools. Oh, that reminds me. Are there any people that won the contest floating around in the chat at all? How's that going? I want to know. I was super stoked to do that giveaway and get you guys access to these tools so you can see, how we use them and how we talk about them in the Discord as well. I'm a winner. Nice. Good. Oh, side fades. Hey, bud. Yep. Cool. That's awesome. So we got another exhausted bubble down here. Maybe the close will be our relief. Binged in the Discord all weekend, watched videos, and built some amazing charts. That's awesome. Good for you. That's great. Yeah, if you ever if you ever want to hear Leo talk and you've listened to all the podcast episodes and watched all the streams, all you got to do is just go into the oh, there's a nice run. We'll try to just grab this. All you have to do is go into the OFL Discord and and listen. He talks quite a bit in there. Let's see. We get our reaction, or are they going to keep pressing it? Also have this 385 spot. It's part of a balance area on a higher time frame. So I like this. I like this run here. It just needs some legs. I need the offer to get out of here. Nope. Not going to make it easy. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up our big guy. So this is what we're testing back into right now. This giant huge balance area. It's hard to see. That goes from about 19,400 to 16,668 there. And so what we're looking at, I can zoom in on a high time frame. Let's just get our bearings. Previous month value low is here. Yeah, they're pressing pretty hard into this now. Might have to think. Okay, we'll go back. So what I'm seeing now is this continuation delta. So once that overnight low was lost, all this selling was rewarded. Now they're kind of stepping in here, absorbing any bid that's coming off of this 360. So this is kind of sign that the downtrend is continuing. Okay, 7 minutes till the turn. Let's just be patient and watch. Lorraine, those bubbles and stars, those are all delta signals. They signal either like hold on, I'm watching real fast. Let's see if this gets sold back down from this spot. I see a lot of people piling in right here. Say we got in at 363. Yep. Cool. We'll see if this works. So the theory here is this is now short continuation breaking out. As long as we can hold this absorption and sellers keep stepping in here, which they are, they're crossing the spread pretty significantly, then we can get some continuation down. 329. Yeah, that's good. That's a good spot there. I mean, but we are at a pretty big extreme. We've fallen out of the -2 standard deviation band here. So you always have to have it in your head, like, don't short the hole, don't short the hole. Sometimes a continuation trade, though, it's just one you got to jump on and trust your gut. We'll see if that's what we get here. Yeah, yeah. There's that seller. Still partying. Yep. There we go. Nice. Hey, we're off the slump. Man, I was getting beat up for a couple days there. It's nice to get that. Nice to get a good trade off there. I'm gonna take one more for 20. Another thing I noticed in my review work is I've really been spending too much time trying to hold a very long trade. I don't know if I'm doing that because I'm I'm on this show and I'm trying to demonstrate like a range and show stuff, but yeah, I need to be scalping more than I actually am. I'm kind of turned into a weird like trying to catch the whole range trader, and I think that's just possibly left over from all those crazy weeks that we had where I was getting 100 points, 200 points. All right, Con, go long, bud. I don't hate it. Yeah, Jay, it's this age-old thing, and it's like the way I think about it and why it's I don't know. It's something I always have to work on with myself. But scalping works in both environments when you take your profit at your predetermined levels, right? Like if you're in a small range environment, you can still scalp. If you're in a big environment, you can still scalp and be rewarded in similar ways, right? But you're not rewarded for holding long trades in range bound markets or compressing markets, however you want to say that. But you are if you're a scalper. So scalping works all the time. Holding for big runners and stuff does not work all the time. So I should really just stick to the one that is more consistent. Still a bit of a shelf left on Friday's profile. Yeah, sure. I'm going to cut this if this absorption doesn't hold. I'll just flatten out so I can take my points. But this is a good example of watching the delta in the opposite direction. This absorption held. That's where we got in. All that selling was rewarded, and then you can see they try to bid it back up, and it's getting absorbed again. So this is still in a walk it down state right now. That's why I don't want to get long. We are way out of average though. So it's always sketch when that happens. I just also don't trust holding a short. It just doesn't. I've just been burned so many times before. Yeah, I mean, it's punished. Look at this. It's punishing. So yeah, I'm gonna keep looking, keep holding. As long as this holds. There's our turn. We just saw, so this big red thing that just showed up, right? This is a single print. This is a developing single print, meaning that if price closes, below basically the IB low in the next half an hour, then this will be a confirmed single print, and that's something that we use to judge. Leo's written a bunch about this on Twitter, and he had a playbook floating around a long time ago that he shared for free. I don't know if that's still around, but this is another thing to look for, like not to fade a market with single prints. We can watch to see how fast this fills, if that's a sign that reversal's coming at the Europe close. So just another piece of MGI to take note of. Let's see if they can bid past this 340. No, it's stuffed again. Let's see. It's getting wiggly. They're trying to break it. Okay, I'm gonna get out there. So good. That was a good trade. We short, and we took about 90 points out of that. So that's cool. That's plenty. Now we'll just sit back and wait for another entry, because that's something I promised myself I would be working on this week. Patience, sitting back, relaxing. Yes, getting wiggly with it. Nah, 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 nah. That's the extent of the singing for the day, I think. When I watch order flow on micros, do you worry about, have you guys developed thoughts about it? ARB relationship. I don't watch order flow on micros at all. I just watch minis. I know that they've talked about that, the ARB difference or whatever. I think there's just like what we're doing. I mean, there's probably somebody that wrote a program and has a robot trying to ARB, MNQ versus NQ. You probably have to be a pretty high frequency scalpy program to find any ARB there. I can say sometimes it's painful to not get filled when price trades somewhere on the chart that you're watching and it doesn't trade on the product that you're trading. That definitely happens. RZW, what kind of absorption was I looking for continuation? So it happened twice. It happened right here. So we sold through, and then there was a lot of buying that came in right here. And at this point, around 370, that is where the absorption was. So absorption meaning buyers are trying to cross the spread into a passive seller that has now moved down with the market. So that just gives me, a clue that this is maybe becoming a trend when, when market sells off and then it attempts to bounce and the passive seller has followed price down and continues to load up more and then sell it down more from there. That's where I try to lean on that. This also works in reverse and is much more fun to be long. But it works in reverse if long. I think I was able to demonstrate that last week at one point, but not sure. Kevin, this indicator is delta at price. So this is a delta volume profile. And we kicked off this -2. It's pretty nasty. Hey, yes. What's up, buddy? It does feel pretty gross. No real time for anybody to come up for air. I don't know. We just got to watch. Again, this is a tricky day. You start the day with a 150-point range. Everybody thinks it's going to just chill there, and then it ends up breaking out, and you have to switch your operation. See if we can get a new high on this. Oh, yes. Thanks, Jim. Let's get some likes in there. Likes in the chat. Yeah, it's definitely a knife catchy spot. I don't hate it. Let's go back to where's my big chart? There we go. All right, so we came down here. Let's just try to take a look at this. Yeah, I'd still really like to get back out of this before I feel good about longs. This just feels like, I don't know if this is a false breakout up here. Not really trying to knife catch anything. That's also on my list of don'ts for the week after my review. Wait for that confirmation. I'm going to move this up here just so we can see. Okay, so we've beat that VWAP. This is what I want to see be defeated right here, these folks. This was our original seller. I might bang back in if he's still sitting there. Seems like he is. Let's see. There's some sweeps down. Let's see if this seller wants to keep it going. Got back in there. Yeah, that's not a bad entry. Okay, cool. Yep, we'll try this. If we get stopped on this, we're probably going to have to start thinking about getting back into value and what that's going to mean. Yeah, the bid's kind of stacking up, though. What time we got? 11:39. Yeah, we are building a little. We're building a little node down here. This right here. Yeah, that bid's stepping in pretty hard. Yep. I'm gonna scratch out of that. Did not like that. Okay, we're coming up on that balance area. High 385, which was one of my targets last week. So I want to see if there's some reaction there. And it's also where this bid tried to step in. That's another way these tools help me a lot is, as this delta profile resets, you can still look back and see where certain kinds of order flow action happened. So that was a bid step in. That was seller exhaustion for a time being, but then it continued to push. Let me see. Yeah, good long con. Good spot. I don't know how much heat you took. I know you got in it around here. I don't know if you re-entered. I'm not sure how you execute, but plenty of room for longs and shorts. Everybody's welcome at the party. Just ticked it. Let me see. Just watching this reaction, see if seller can come back in. We'll try it and kick off that 385. Or not. Yeah. So that's funny. I'll scratch out of that too. Very tricky order flow today. That seller, he stacked like, I don't know, 80, 90 lots on the offer and then just pulled it as soon as I got into that trade. So we'll be a little more patient. Is it heresy to ask if that indicator on the right is also on trading view? You can just look up delta volume profile. Lots of different platforms call them many different things. I don't know what trading view has. Let me try it again. Oh, that feels even worse. Yeah, just stacking up the offer. Need some sweeps. There's a couple. There's a couple more. Playing these high time frame levels is challenging because you're trying to get a precise entry on an area that's been auctioned for like weeks, months sometimes. So just like I don't really like to initiate at the IB low or IB high because it's a busy place. Like this is like 50 times busier than that. But yeah, seller's still on sides up there and seemingly stepping on it now, getting some reward. I don't have a good, any VWAP I try to anchor at this low is just kind of consistently either flat or upside down. Like that's pretty flat. And maybe we'll put it on. All right, we'll keep this here. I'm going to take another one off. Just because, again, we're scalping. Let's lock some points in. Let's see this break back into this. There we go. Not bad, not bad. I'm going to take another one for 25 points if I can get it. This will be down to just a runner. There we go. Cool. Okay. TradingView uses carrier pigeons for data. That's funny. Yeah, Con, I'm trying to stay short off this 385 if I can. I don't know if it's gonna be a fruitful trade, but we're back in this giant balance area. We rejected it a couple times, so but I'm prepared for it to be messy. So I took my profit there. This will be a profitable trade if I get stopped out at 391. And if this thing wants to retrace, it can retrace. Like Jim said, this is a pretty small range for the amount of ranges that we've had. Yeah. Tricky day, though. Very trappy. Somebody needs to put that Besant dude on a calendar. Can I get that guy's schedule? That would be helpful for me if I could get the Besant schedule. I don't need to know what he's going to say. I just want to know when he's thinking about saying it. I wonder if those, I wonder what goes through those people's minds when they're about to say market moving news, like, can you imagine like every day your job is to get in front of a microphone and say stuff that is going to make the stock market do crazy things? I can't imagine what that is like to do. Yeah, JS, it does feel like every 3 minutes. We got to be coming up on, I forget how the lockout period works for Fed talkers, but usually after those weeks where there's like a Fed talker every 30 minutes, then they get into their lockout period, which is nice and quiet. They're not allowed to say anything. Oh, he's got a presser tomorrow. Okay, cool. Lockout is the week before FOMC. Thank you, Tracy. Tracy's always helping me out. I really appreciate that. Oh yeah, Patty Lou. Nick's Sunday show was awesome. If you guys haven't tuned into that, if you didn't tune into it this week, remember, about 15 minutes before the market opens, turn on NT Live, and Nick is going to be there hanging out. the cool thing about that show is he does his prep like in front of you, like his real prep for the week. And I don't know if you're new and maybe you don't have your own way that you do prep, or you're curious how other people operate. It's a really awesome insight into just another trader to see how they work. And that's how you learn pretty much everything, is just from watching what other traders are up to. That's how I've learned anything that I know, is just watching other people do it. So including Nick, I've learned a lot from Nick over the years. So I'm stoked that he's got his Sunday night show back, because it's always been a favorite of mine. Yeah, Fatfish. It was cool. Chris, I'm not eating that well today. I got chopped up back here trying to catch this long. So, but I'm on sides for now. We got on board with that seller. It did not make it easy, but we did it for now. Ryan, the initial balance is the first hour. That's not lots of people can use different opening ranges. Some people use 30 seconds, some people use 5 minutes. Some people look at a period, which is the first 30 minutes as a time frame to trade. But the initial balance is defined as the first hour of trading. Sure, no problem. Happy to help. I need questions. The more questions I have to answer, the less fidgety I get about trying to manage this trade that I'm in. It's probably also a product of doing the show, but I know that it's cool to watch trading and to just sit and be in a trade. But it's much more fun to talk about where my next entry is going to be, where that exit's going to be, all that stuff. No, I'm not going to try to get long down here. Not saying that you can't, but I'm just not interested in it. Hey, Ferris, sure. This is I'll show you I'll pull up my big chart again. So here, right here at the previous month value area low, also in this LVN on the big profile, this is the top of a giant balance that has existed for a really long time. And so I'm just trying to scalp down, follow that seller. I saw some absorption. I saw it here. This is reset now. So, but now I'm just leaning against this 385 spot. It does look like the bid has come out of nowhere.
Still a good job, man.
Oh, hey, Jim. Thank you. Is it time already? Yes. Yes, it is. That was a tricky one, man.
Yeah. They're all tricky ones. What do you mean?
Yeah. These days that like start off like slow, grindy balance days and then make a move outside of that balance, that's my kryptonite. So I'm glad that I managed it at least okay today.
Right. Is it a false alarm? Is it going to be a runaway freight train? You never know.
Yep. Context, shifting context mentally like that is very hard for me to do. Hard for anybody to do, probably, but we did an okay job at it today.
Yeah, for sure. You got some fans in the chat, man. You're like accumulating like fans all over the world now.
I mean, worldwide fans would be cool if I ever wanted to go visit. It'd be nice to have somebody show me where the good places to eat everywhere I went. That's the ticket.
Man.
I mean, just this show alone, think about it. Like, if I go to Charleston, I know who to talk to. If I go to Florida, I know who to talk to. If I go to LA, I know who to talk to. I think Tanya's in New York. So yeah, anywhere I go, I can have the keys to a really nice dinner at least.
Man, oh man. Well, keep rolling, man. You'll be able to go anywhere you want.
Oh, thanks. Oh, nice.
All right.
Firmament says he's got me in Northern Italy. Perfect. That sounds good.
Wow, look at that candle. Just kind of
Right?
popped. Yeah.
That's
Pretty
right
awesome,
off this.
man.
That's right off this 385 spot too. And
Yeah.
these higher time frame things are hard to trade, but if I can get in this and we're going to retrace that range, that is going to be nice. So we'll see.
Yeah, super cool.
see.
All right, man. Listen, we appreciate your time today. You did awesome. Looking forward to getting you back on. When's the next time you're on?
Tomorrow again in the morning,
Tomorrow.
and then I'm on in the afternoon tomorrow too. So double duty tomorrow.
Double duty Stowe tomorrow. Cannot wait, my friend. Listen, man, you have a great day. I'm gonna do a real quick wrap up, and we'll move on from there.
Sounds good, my friend. See ya, chat. Thanks.
Thumbs up. We got to get those. Smash that thumbs up button. It's a thumbs up button. It's a like button. Just smash it. Stowe is the man. Love listening to him trade. Real quick wrap up here for a couple of minutes. The E-mini S&P, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. We have a 62 handle range today, so it's pretty tight. The ATR for the E-mini S&P is 174. So again, just reinforces this kind of consolidation day. However, we do have a really keen area of support that we've seen, and this is a 10-minute chart that we've seen for most of the session, right? That starts around 55.17, and I drew my rectangle. Yeah, we closed below it once, and now we're trying to close below it a second time. And so when I see this, I think, all right, what's down below, right? What areas of interest would be down below if we do break through? And we have a couple. We have that Mentor Q GX5 level, and that's approximately 51.10. We have another key area. It's an even number, 5,500 even, kind of psychological. We have that high vol level there, as well as S1 is right there. And S1 is part of the daily pivots. If you're new to my chart book anyway, that's daily pivots are key. And so that's a double dose of areas of interest. Should we break through to the downside, that'd be a target for some folks. Moving further along on the downside, we have a one-day min. Again, this is a Mentor Q level. There's some secret sauce behind this one-day min and one-day max, but they're areas of interest. And a lot of times they correspond closely with other areas of interest as well. So 54.83 is what we're tracking for that. And then previous session's low is just below that, 54.80. And then another blind spot here from Mentor Q. So we're trying to chip away at the bottom here, trying to crack a hole in the floor, I guess, in the E-mini S&P anyway, in anticipation to a lot of big news and a lot of big events that are happening. I'm just kind of glancing across the entire spectrum here. It's NASDAQ's down, I guess. I guess NASDAQ's going to be in the spotlight. Let's take a look at that really quickly. We just saw Stowe. Again, S1 is held to support these daily pivots. I'm telling you, I love them. So structurally, we're looking a little bit different, but not too much different. When I say a little bit different, remember these overnight lows, we just broke in the E-mini S&P. In the micro NASDAQ, no, it happened a couple of candles ago. And let me just draw the rectangle across right at that JX4 level, which is again a gamma level 4, gamma exposure level 4. S1 is holding a support right now. Below that, though, we do have JX1 down there at it is at 19,250. And then that one-day min is right below that, around 19,220. So yeah, there's some systematic price behavior for sure, although structurally both of these things are looking a little bit different from a timing point of view. Oh, man, how about, by the way, did you guys see Sunday night? It's must-see TV, by the way. Sunday night with Nick. I mean, it's fantastic stuff. Right before the Globex Open, pop in there. I mean, we're all thinking about what's going to happen Sunday night. At least I am. I mean, I'm like literally with my NinjaTrader mobile app, like waiting for the thing to start. Let's get Globex going. Let's go. Nick at night is right. Stay puff. No, stay puff T. You're right on, brother. Just kind of really quickly here, I just wanted to take a peek at gold because gold is back on the move up $34 really quickly here. We're trading well above that VWAP here. We had a really nice VWAP cross, volume weighted average price, and I have it anchored to the beginning of the session. This candle right here, and then we had our confirmation candle, right? This is a 10-minute chart. And I like it once we do that cross on that anchored VWAP when we're trading through it the whole morning long. When I see that cross, I want to see that confirmation candle, which is the very next one, which we just got, and then it was off to the races again. Pivot didn't stand a chance. 1-day max though is in play along with call resistance at the top at 33.50 in gold. So gold's moving, folks, moving up over 1%, 1.14% on the session. All right, having said all that, folks, thanks for being with us. Appreciate everybody being in this community. It's an awesome community. Everybody's super cool. And remember, high tides lift all boats. Thank you for helping each other out as well. We're going to be back at 2:30. We're going to be with Leo, Order Flow Labs, Leo the Tiger, and our VIP of the days, our VIP of the week, Nick, is going to be with him as well, Nick for a tick. So hopefully we'll see you at 2:30 this afternoon, trading the close. Till then, take care.